Shamaya, you did it.
STL Music.
Is that welcome back to the show. So listen up, we back in the game. Sweep the league, we got the flame. Motivated to the fullest every single day. We wake up, get it in every way. Working in two in the global inspiration. Talk this sports and top news, no hesitation. Sweep the league is back. We always coming back, that's a fact. Wanna tell them that. STL Music, remember we did it, where we at. Coach Jill in the house with the flow so tight. Every girl, rubber rocks, that's we unite. Yeah, the best show, Monday through Friday. If this ain't different, they lying. We got the energy. When I say sweep, you say the league. Sweep the league, sweep the league, sweep the league, sweep the league. San Antonio, let's go. Sweep the league. Sweep the league. Sweep the league. San Antonio, let's go.
Hey, it's Rain Fernandez, and you're watching Sweep the League. Be sure to follow me on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok, and Facebook at Rain Fernandez, Rayne Fernandez.
Hi, it's Sherilyn, and you're watching Sweep the League TV. Follow me on Instagram at official Sherilyn for more content.
Hey, this is George Iceman Gervin, and you're listening to Sweep the League Radio.
Sweep the league TV where legends collide. If the Cowboys fall short, we'll still ride the tide. Like Jordan in the clutch or Brady's last play, we bring the fire, keeping fans in the fray. Coach Gio and Marie calling the shots, with Derek coming straight Hall of Fame thoughts. So hit that subscribe, don't sit on the bench. Get in the game, every highlight's intense. The live stream's on, tell your friends don't delay. Like Kobe in the fourth, we're here to play. Sweep the League TV, where greatness resides. From the blogs at the drives to my heart's on the rise. We're all in on sports, NBA, CFB, and more for fans. By fans, it's the show you'll adore.
Made the two big ones the other night. National championship is in the balance. 13 seconds left. Florida leads it by 2. Uzan gonna go. Uzan, give it up. Cryer, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Sharp. He walked. He can't touch it. He can't. 1 second. And it's over. Florida is back on top of the college basketball world. Championship madness. It's a great day to be a Gator.
All right, guys, welcome to Sweep the League, the Tuesday night delight edition of Sweep the League, and congratulations to the University of Florida. Those Gators took down the Cougars of the University of Houston 65-63 and are your national champs, your NCAA basketball national champs. Rudy Campos Jr. coming to you for Sweep the League TV. Be sure to go to our YouTube page, search Sweep the League TV, hit that subscribe button so you are not left out in the cold. Also, Refocused Radio. As you guys have been able to tell, we've been 24/7 on Refocused Radio and Sweep the League Network or Sweep the League TV on YouTube. As you're able to catch us on many, many destinations. I wanted to get all the destinations for y'all because where you can catch us is we are on D Live, Twitch, and Vaughn Live now. So those are areas you can get us. Obviously, we've been on Twitch lately, but you can add D Live and Vaughn Live as part of the extra programming you're getting here on Sweep the League TV. Again, that's Sweep Unplugged, the Sweep the League TV network, the big show, Sweep the League TV. You can get the Best Boys podcast, Dr. Pinkston's podcast, which is coming out pretty soon here. You get Refocused Radio with Shmaya Reed, getting all those interviews out there. Grading the Market has been active or getting to be active. Shout out to Sith Lord Elias. He's going to be joining Jacob Eric for a little bit here. Anthony's on a little, he's busy with work right now. So Jacob's got to fill in with Elias here for Grading the Market. Also, we've got tons of other stuff coming out too. STL 316 is about to get another host. So more and more podcasts, Painting Corner podcast with Austin Hartsfield, our MLB podcast. That's going to be kicking off full time in 2026. But you're going to be getting Austin Hartsfield from time to time here on Sweep the League TV, giving you MLB tidbits here and there. But again, congratulations to the Florida Gators, your NCAA National Championships 65-63 win over the Houston Cougars. Guys, real quick, let's talk about MCS General Contracting, the absolute best in the business. You can see on the hat, as we wear normally around here all the time here, Chris Leija and the boys, I'm just going to say they take care of you ASAP all the time. It is 100% guaranteed. They will take care of you right the first time, every time, 100% backed, guaranteed by Sweep the League TV and I Am Refocused Network. They guarantee their work. Their word is their guarantee. They'll never go back on their word. That's MCS General Contracting, proud sponsors of not only Sweep the League TV, but I Am Refocused Radio, the entire network here that we have. MCS General Contracting, building a better San Antonio, one project at a time. Whew. Speaking of iHeartRadio, I'm not iHeartRadio, but of MCS General Contracting. What I'm going to tell you guys right now is something, man. This is the great part here. What is going on? What's going on the NBA? I got to talk about the NBA here, because literally what is going on with the NBA? Today we had Mike Malone being fired. As I'm checking Twitter. If you're not over me on Twitter, I apologize. There we go. We should be on the Twitter link now. NBA. The NBA is going crazy. We've heard of craziness in the NBA. Heard craziness here. Luka Doncic trade. Okay. As Spurs fans, you've seen Victor Wembanyama obviously go down with blood clots. You've seen De'Aaron Fox get traded to the Spurs. Everybody hyped up. Good start to that. But you also saw Greg Popovich be out for the rest of the season. He had a stroke. And thanks for everybody for joining tonight, because I forgot to share it on Twitter. So it's on Twitter now. That's how I know a lot of you guys weren't on here. Y'all usually be on Twitter, but Pop's out for the year. That's the craziness with the Spurs already. You know, high hopes going into the season didn't happen. Okay. They're probably going to end up with around 30. They're at 32 wins. They may end up at 35, maybe when it's all said and done. So that's the craziness of the Spurs. The Luka Doncic trade, that made everybody open their eyes. Taylor Jenkins being fired for the Grizzlies. Okay. You know, Doncic was a lot more, surprising, obviously. As Joel Closer, congrats to the Gators. What a meltdown by the Cougars. Yeah, we mentioned it a little while ago. Yeah, congratulations to the Gators, man. Complete meltdown by the Cougars. But then the NBA, again said, hold my beer. And Denver said, hold my beer. We've got something for you guys.
Malika, the way the season was going, 4 straight losses in a row, and just what has gone on the last couple of years with what's been described to me as a Cold War between Michael Malone and Calvin Booth, the Nuggets believed that something needed to change. Now, they were likely going to dismiss one or the other come the offseason. So Josh Kroenke and the Nuggets decided to just get it over with now, seeing how the team is performing. But listen, everyone was shocked by the timing of this. That includes Michael Malone, Calvin Booth themselves. The players, I'm told, had a meeting where Josh Kroenke addressed them after the dismissal. He decided to flip the culture, didn't want to wait. He wanted to inject some life into this team going into the playoffs, because this is a team that, like you said, has struggled a little bit the second half of the year. They've dropped in defensive rating. But Michael Malone, this is stunning for him, because he's the winningest coach in Denver Nuggets franchise history. He just led them to a championship in 2023. This is tied for the latest coaching change ever made. And it's one that probably would have happened in 2023, Malika, if he had not won the championship, just based on circumstances with him and Calvin Booth. But now that he's fired after 10 years, it's certainly stunning for the Nuggets, something that this roster is now going to have to deal with and recover from.
So, yeah. Denver said, hold my beer. Let's go ahead and let's fire Mike Malone. And on top of that, let's get rid of Calvin Booth, general manager. Okay. You're talking about a Denver Nugget team who is fourth right now in the West at 47-32. They've had their struggles, especially defensively. And I think the initial shock was, or the initial announcement was very shocking because you're thinking, golly, they're what, 2 years off from an NBA title. They didn't look good, this year towards the end here, heading into the playoffs. But you think, why make that move now? That's a question. It's a head scratcher. Why make that move now? Well, upper management, higher than the GM, ownership, said that it just kind of felt stale. They wanted to go in a different direction. This and that. So after reviewing everything, and I think after we've had a few hours to maybe, analyze things left and right, the first question that came to my mind was, did Joker sign off on this? Well, apparently he signed off on it. You're going to ask your superstar. If for those of y'all that, which is a majority, everybody was in the Tim Duncan era here. The Spurs really didn't do much without running it by Tim Duncan. Timmy had to say pretty much just about everything. So I know Jokic was asked about, Mike Malone and what they were planning to do. I'm sure he signed off on it. I know that for a fact that, as shocking as it was, after the Doncic trade, we shouldn't really be surprised about anything. Not anymore. There's no way. There's absolutely no way anybody should be shocked anymore. But I like what I'm seeing, and I'm going on the limb here because I like what I'm seeing. You've got two teams that are pretty much in the playoffs. Now, they could drop into play-in categories because right now Denver's at 47 wins. Clippers and Golden State are at 46. So it's really a logjam between the third seed down to the eighth seed. So you can potentially drop down to the play-in spot. But I like what I'm seeing in a way. Now you're starting to see teams hold coaches accountable. And I mean, I'm not going to go with the Spurs on this. You can't really say that anything about Pop, which we're going to get into Pop in a little bit here. But I like what I'm seeing. I like that the Memphis front office had the balls to let Taylor Jenkins go. I like that Denver had the balls to let Mike Malone go and say, thank you for your time. Yeah, we're playoff teams, but thank you for your time. In a small way, if you really, really look at it, it shows that they are trying to make a move now. They see that they're struggling. Taylor Jenkins was having issues. Obviously, John Morant is being John Morant. We're going to get into John Morant in a little bit here because he's one guy that you need to watch out for. But then look at Denver. Denver is struggling. The defensive, efforts that they were giving was terrible. Joker is putting up one of the best statistical years that we've seen. Not just from a big man, but just overall. He's done amazing, and I'm actually underselling his season when I say he's done amazing. The guy, literally is neck and neck, probably ahead of SGA by a nose hair for MVP right now. And there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that when the MVP announcement comes out, that it should be a co-MVP for the first time in NBA history. There should be co-MVPs this year. Jokic and SGA both deserve MVP recognition. There should not be one over the other. You're going to have a million SGA voters. You're going to have a million people wanting to vote for Jokic. Personally, me, I think it's co-MVP. You can't put one above the other. Both of them mean the world to their teams. The Denver Nuggets are a lottery team without Joker, probably, more than likely. At best, they're the number 10 seed. Oklahoma City is a play-in team without SGA at best. Now, no disrespect to Tatum or, to anybody on Cleveland. I mean, Cleveland, obviously one of the best records, second best record in the league. No disrespect to those guys. But none of them have played up to the level of Joker and SGA. And SGA is having one of the greatest scoring. Again, another statistical year for SGA here. But I mean, these two guys, they're 1A, 1B, or 1A and 1A. I mean, you can't, there's no way they don't win co-MVP. Absolutely not. But going back to this, I love that Memphis and I love that Denver. After thinking about it, I loved that Denver made the move then, knowing that they need to get a spark from their guys. Apparently, Malone didn't get through to his players. He was losing the locker room, apparently. If you've already lost that locker room, you're a first-round exit in the playoffs. You want to make that move now. I applaud Denver. And not only that, they cleaned house. They got rid of Calvin Booth, the GM. To me, that was kind of surprising in a way because I don't see the GM getting fired halfway or at the end of the season. I mean, going into the playoffs, there's not much more he can do. I would have rather that happen in the offseason. There's not much more he can do right now. Can't go out and trade for anybody. Maybe you can go out and sign somebody, but I mean, there's really nobody out there to sign for the remainder of the year or for a playoff roster spot. But hey, they got balls, man. They did it. They're trying to light a spark under their team going into the playoffs. I'm seeing the silver lining for both teams here. Will it pay off? I don't know. I think it may pay off for Denver more than Memphis. I will say that. I really do think that. But then the question comes. This NBA movement, this coaching carousel that we've seen in the last few weeks with Taylor Jenkins and now Mike Malone. How many more moves are we going to see? How many more moves are we going to see? From the coaching carousel to the players. Well, guess what? We have building the brand, building the roster, brought to you by MCS General Contracting. When we get back, we're going to build rosters here. We're going to see who's in for next season and who's on the move, to include your Spurs here. As we're heading into the playoffs of the NBA season, drama after drama after drama. Let's look a little bit towards next year. When we get back, we're going to build the brand here with MCS General Contracting, proud sponsors of Sweep the League. We'll be back, guys. Are you looking for a contracting company that gets the job done right the first time? Look no further than MCS General Contracting. MCS specializes in top quality concrete work, including patios, driveways, foundations, and swimming pools. The team of experts are dedicated to delivering exceptional results and unparalleled customer satisfaction. At MCS General Contracting, they're not just hardworking, they're local. Based in San Antonio, they are committed to building relationships and trust within the community. That's why MCS guarantees your satisfaction. They pride themselves on getting the job done right the first time, every time. So why wait? Contract MCS General Contracting today to schedule your project and experience the difference for yourself. MCS General Contracting, building a better San Antonio, one project at a time. Proud sponsors of Sweep the League.
Hi, I'm Dr. Marianne Pinkston, and I have the podcast, The Better Life with Dr. Pinkston. You can catch me every Saturday as I air a new show. You can follow me on drpbetterlife.com for all of the links and information.
You are watching Sweep the League TV. Make sure you subscribe and catch our new videos.
Sweep the League TV with Rudy Derrick and Coach Gia. Let's get back to the live show. You are watching the best in the business.
I think that, the awkwardness of the timing with only 3 games left and then the playoffs looming. But, it came down to 2 factors. And those 2 factors were side by side in my thinking, which is, one, I have a complete belief and trust in our group of players that are in there. And I have complete trust and belief in our assistant coaches and their ability to step up into different roles. And maybe if their voices are a little louder in certain areas, maybe they can squeeze some of that juice that I've been talking about.
All right, welcome back to Sweep the League. Rudy Campos Jr. here. Be sure to go to our YouTube page, search Sweep the League TV, hit that subscribe button so you're not left out. Better Life TV coming to Sweep the League Network and I'm Refocused Radio Network with Dr. Pinkston. The doctor will be making house calls to Sweep the League whenever we've got injuries, major injuries for NBA, NFL, somewhere, anything coming up. We're going to be bringing on the doctor. She's going to be having her own show, the Better Life TV. Again, for I'm Refocused Radio Network and Sweep the League Network, the doctor will be making house calls here pretty soon. Don't forget Austin Hartsfield, MLB's own Austin Hartsfield. He will be back from time to time to talk MLB with you guys as he gets prepared to bring Painting Corners podcast back full time next year. So we got to wait a year. You know what? It's like those Avenger movies and all the movies that we're hyped up for. They're in production now. They're filming now. They're getting ready now to be released a year later. Get ready. The Painting Corner podcast is one of the absolute best MLB podcasts. And now it's going to be exclusively on Sweep the League Network as well as I Am Refocused Radio Network. How is that possible? Because of MCS General Contracting. You can see now the sponsor logo is over here. There it is. The sponsor logo right there. Again, the exclusive sponsor for Sweep the League Network as well as I'm Refocused Radio Network, made possible. MCS built our brand, basically. They helped us expand. They can help you guys get the perfect dream come true. Call Leija and the boys, MCS General Contracting, proud sponsors of Sweep the League. And speaking of MCS General Contracting, let's start building this here. So these are the things that have happened this NBA season here. Obviously, Luka Doncic traded. That was a shocker. De'Aaron Fox to San Antonio happened. You know what? I don't care what a lot of people say out there. Go back to our old Sweep the League pages back in the NBA draft of last year before Stephon Castle became a Spur. Our very own Derek Gervin was talking about, and he said De'Aaron Fox will be a Spur. So if you want to claim to be that you're the first person to announce it, I'll give you credit. You do whatever you want to do. I've got what the kids call, and that's receipts. We've been calling this for a long time. We said it was going to happen for a long time. And, we weren't surprised by it. So if you've listened to Sweep the League, that long already, then you already knew it was going to happen. You shouldn't be surprised by it. But De'Aaron Fox, San Antonio happened. The NBA season has, ho-hummed along, and, we've got a lot of, let me get to the comments here before I go on. Jacob Barrick's grading the market, Sweep the League going, grading the market there. Jacob Barrick is in here. I'm in here. Joel Clone, what about Jokic doesn't finish his career with the Nuggets now? We'll get into that in a minute. Or I guess he signed off on this then. Yeah, that's true. Poodle Blue Devils, Poodle Heartbreak, Tim. I'm sorry about your Blue Devils, man, but that was a big-time heartbreak. And John G, of course, crazy NBA season. Appreciate everybody joining us here. Let's get into some of this here. So, again, building the brand by MCS General Contracting here. Luka traded. De'Aaron Fox, San Antonio. Taylor Jenkins gets fired. Then you got Mike Malone. This has probably been the most active NBA season when it comes to bigger names, being fired in the coaching ranks, all the way to, top 5 players in the league being traded and Luka Doncic. So, I'm going to tell you guys right now, I think if you think this has been a crazy NBA season, get ready for the offseason. We're going to go through the offseason right now. Get ready for the offseason because I firmly believe, as I look in the mirror, the magic ball here, I firmly believe this is going to be a very active offseason. I've been saying that the Spurs are going to be massively, massively active in this offseason. This was the offseason. Now, I thought they were getting De'Aaron Fox in the offseason, so they got him early, obviously. Can they make more moves? I think they still make more moves here. They're going to have 2 first-round picks in this draft. Most recently, I was on Locked On Spurs with our good friend Jeff Garcia, and we talked about that. We talked about it, and that was actually yesterday's episode of Locked On Spurs. I remember I asked Jeff, do you think they use both first-round picks this year? He said no, and I agree, probably not. I actually think they may trade the higher one to get another player. And I'm talking possibly, guys that we're going to mention here. But in the NBA offseason coming up, I think it's going to be super active. Nick Nurse is probably going to be fired in Philadelphia. He just can't make it work with Embiid, Paul George, and Maxey. That's the first guy that's going to, that's another guy, another championship winning coach that's going to be on the market. Mike Budenholzer. I think he's done. That entire team, I think, is done. So those are 2 coaches right off the bat that I think are more than likely going to be done. The idea is, I'm going to throw this out there. I think really Steve Kerr, not fired, not let go, but if he doesn't get to the playoffs as, a top 6 seed, that hurts. But I think if he doesn't win the first round, his seat gets super duper hot. That's so crazy. I'm making the comment about Steve Kerr. And then we've got Joel in here. We read minds, man. We got the ESPN thing going between us, or the ESP, whatever those kids call it. Yes, Tim, I'm very happy that Duke lost. Of course I'm happy. You know I am. What's going to be next? Steve Kerr gets fired. Spoelstra gets fired. Human sacrifices, cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria. Ghostbusters. Hashtag Ghostbusters. Yeah, I love that, man. I love that comment. You always bring the fire, Joel. I love it, man. Appreciate that. But I mentioned Steve Kerr. I think if Steve doesn't get out of the first round, he gets super duper hot. Massively hot. And the other guy you mentioned, Spoelstra. I'm wondering if that marriage is starting to falter a little bit here. So the Mike Malone firing kind of just set the precedence for everybody. It just made everybody's job that much harder to keep. Because if I can get rid of a potentially top 3 in the West, if I can get rid of that coach, a guy fresh off of a title run 2 years ago, then so-and-so can get rid of this coach. 2 names, Steve Kerr and Spoelstra. Depends on what happens in the offseason, in the playoffs right now. Can Spoelstra get the Heat into the playoffs? They're in the play-in tournament. Can he get them into the playoffs? Steve Kerr, can he get past that first round? Those are 2 names. Now, I mentioned Nick Nurse, definitely is probably going to be fired. Budenholzer, I think, is another one that's going to be fired at the end of the year. So those are your coaches. Now, Spurs fans, when it comes to coaches, you got to wonder what's going on with Greg, with Pop. Is Pop going to stick around? Does he hang it up? If there's ever a time where Pop says, you know what, I think I'm going to hang it up, this is the perfect time. This is the perfect storm. Because you already got Taylor Jenkins, Spurs ties. Now you've got Mike Malone, fresh off an NBA title a couple of years ago. Saw what he did with Denver. The potential of Nick Nurse from being fired in Philadelphia. Won a title in Toronto. Now, Coach Bud, I mean, and you're talking about Coach Bud, another titleless with Milwaukee. So this coaching free agent market might be pretty damn good going into this offseason. So if there's ever a time to think, okay, maybe Pop's going to retire, this is the perfect time. The perfect storm when it comes to coaches right now. I don't think they can or should fire Kerr after all the championships, though, but they could strongly encourage him to step down. I think it's more of a, let's part ways type of thing. Now, if that happens, Joe, you throw Steve into the fire. Now, me personally, look, we talk serious and we talk honestly and brutally here on Sweep the League. Whatever we say, we mean no disrespect, period. If we get disrespected, we just stay quiet. We make little subtle hints here and there. But we back up a lot of what we say. We don't say stuff to just move the needle. We don't say stuff just to get likes or views or anything like that. To me, that's all BS stuff. I don't care about that. I don't need any of that. But I will say this much. I've never really been a big Steve Kerr guy. Great. Now, personality-wise, a person, I like Steve. I actually met Steve Kerr one time. It was a hi type thing. Hey, Steve, how you doing? Oh, good, good. Walking by. That was it. I mean, nothing big. Really good guy. As a coach, it's one of those things where, okay, I don't see enough in coaching. When you look at a guy like Eric Spoelstra, he's really done a lot with a lot less. I mean, getting to the NBA Finals, a couple of years back with, a team that was pretty much left for dead. Spoelstra's a hell of a coach. Steve Kerr's a great coach. He's a good coach, but, you ask a lot of people out there, some of them may tell you he's a bit overrated as a coach. But could he be fired at the end of the year if they don't get, past the first round of the playoffs? Again, man, that Mike Malone firing should prove that anything can happen on the coaching ranks, just like the Luka trade can prove that anything can happen on the player ranks, no matter who you are. Got to keep all that in mind. I think John G earlier said it's a crazy NBA season. I mean, hell, you got Detroit back in the playoffs. No one expected that. I told Derek they're going to be good this year. I didn't think that. I thought they would be playing good. I didn't think they were going to be playoff good, but they're playing. I figured out they'll be playing good. They'll be there. I expected a lot more out of Orlando. They were playing, but I expected a lot more out of them. But coaching ranks, man, it's going to be a brutal offseason for coaching. Now look at players. You think coaching? You think coaches are going to get moved and, the carousel is going to be, hoeing and humming away? Look at players. Sorry, if you can't tell my voice, I've got allergies kicking my ass tonight. Look at a player. I mean, we're going to throw players out there. Kevin Durant. He's not going to be a Sun. He's pretty much done in Phoenix. Where does he go? The 76ers, I mean, as much as I'd love for them to really just rebuild around Maxey, get rid of Embiid and Paul George, they're probably going to get rid of Paul George. Now, again, a guy that's probably not going to command a whole lot of money. No one's going to want to give him a whole big contract. They may just cut him. Paul George is another one on the market there. Ja Morant, I fully believe, is not going to be in Memphis. I think they're going to rebound. I mean, they're going to rebuild. Shout out to MCS General Contracting for building it. They're going to rebuild around Jaren Jackson Jr. They're going to get all they can for Ja Morant. I really do not see Ja Morant with Memphis very much longer. Domantas Sabonis from Sacramento. I see him on the trade block, or I see him being moved in this offseason. I don't think he likes the way Sacramento's playing. They had a really good run last year. They cannot build off of that. I don't see Sabonis being with the Kings anymore. New Orleans, I'm sure, is tired of Zion. I expect Zion to be moved this offseason. New Orleans is going to rebuild that entire team. So fully expect Zion to be another casualty. So we're talking Paul George. We're talking the possibilities of John Morant, Domantas Sabonis, Kevin Durant, Zion Williamson. I don't think they move Booker in Phoenix, but who knows, right? They could. Those are 5 guys right there that I fully expect to start to make some kind of traction. Let's not forget, I really think Charlotte needs to move LaMelo, and I think he's another guy that's going to be talked about. LaMelo Ball is going to probably be dangled out there to see what kind of return he could bring back. Charlotte's been in hell for a while. There's no reason to keep LaMelo and just go the exact same direction you have been going. It's time to fully rebuild again in Charlotte. I love Charles Lee out there. But I mean, some of these teams are probably going to go after guys like Taylor. You know, more than likely, Mike Malone's going to get a whole bunch of offers. If you end up seeing Nick Nurse bolt or fired, I mean, you're going to get another guy right there. So LaMelo Ball's another one that's probably going to end up being moved in the offseason. I mean, you're talking, what, Durant. Sabonis is like a potential. I mean, he should have been an all-star, but Sabonis. You got LaMelo. Again, all-star caliber player in LaMelo. I mean, the names in this offseason are going to be ridiculously crazy. Got Joel in here. PG spends too much time on his podcast and brand instead of playing ball. There should be a rule prohibiting that kind of crap during the season. I understand your frustration. If you can't focus 100% on the team, which pays you $50 million a year, then get the F out with your crappy podcast. You cry baby. Yeah. It's the social media world, man. We've talked about that so much on so many shows here on Sweep the League. It's all social media driven, man. You're building your brand and you care more about that than you do playing basketball. That pays you money. That's what Kevin Garnett said. You know, Kevin Garnett's like, man, guys that today couldn't play 20 years ago. There's no way they could have played 20 years ago. I'm going to bring that up probably tomorrow if we do a show tomorrow. I mean, it's going to come up. But let's build the brand with MCS General Contracting. Proud sponsors of Sweep the League. Contact Chris Leija and the boys today. MCS General Contracting, building a better San Antonio one day at a time. Contact them today. Building the brand here. So Spurs fans, with all this potential. No, forgot to mention, don't forget about Giannis. I mean, if Giannis isn't completely happy, there's another guy that you can get an inquiry about. I mean, yeah, Giannis is the one guy you think he's super loyal. They're not going to, he is Milwaukee. He is Milwaukee. But the Luka deal means we don't care who anybody is. If we got to make a move, we make a move. But Spurs fans, who are you thinking out there? I see Durant, but I'm team no Kevin Durant. I mean, you can get him on a 2-year deal. I think he's got 2 years remaining. You can get him on that 2-year deal before you've got to extend Victor Wembanyama on his max deal. But I don't think that we need to go back to. I don't think we need to go for Durant. There's one guy I really don't want to come to San Antonio. Not that I don't think he fits. I just think it moves the needle, but it doesn't move it in, the direction of like guaranteed contenders. It's like, okay, definitely play in, more than likely play off. Then you're back in that middle realm of things where you're not bad enough to be shitty and in the lottery, but you don't want to be in. But you're not good enough to get to the promised land right away. I've been saying go after Giannis if you can. Giannis is my first choice. Even though he may not be available, inquire about him. You never know. You've got 2 first-round picks this year. And then you can give away whatever you want. You want to give 4 first-rounders for Giannis, do whatever you want. That's the one guy that I want to look at. Now, does Mike Malone firing mean Joker's available? Man, I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. I don't care if you are the worst player in the NBA. I don't care. And I don't care if you're SGA or Nikola Jokic. Every player can be had for the right deal. Every player. Loyalty, there's no such thing as loyalty anymore. And you know what? There's never been loyalty. I guarantee you, Jerry Krause had calls on Michael Jordan. He might have even thought about a couple of deals like, wow, this could set us up for years. A general manager will lie to your face if he says that he's never considered deals for his best player. Not made him, not said he would do them, but considered it. You want to throw loyalty out there? We've been saying, Tim was Orlando bound. One of the most loyal guys in San Antonio history was bound for Orlando for a while there. David Robinson, super loyal to San Antonio, still is. Did they ever get a call about David? I'm sure they got a couple of calls on David. I'm pretty sure they did. Doesn't mean they were going to get rid of him. So loyalty doesn't mean a whole lot. So that's what I'm getting with the Giannis thing. Make the call. Hey, we got 4 first. We'll give you Devin. We'll give you this. We'll give you that. Is that enough? More than likely, it's no. No, that's not enough. We appreciate it. You have to inquire. That's the thing. You got to inquire. But Spurs fans out there, what do you think? You've got all these guys that are going to be available. Tons of guys. 2025 is going to be a crazy offseason. You're going to hear big names being thrown out there. You're going to hear names being said and maybe rumored here and there. Durant, I think Durant ends up in Houston. If we're being serious, I think he ends up in Houston. They can give, a great deal to Phoenix in exchange for Durant. So I really firmly believe he ends up in Houston. Does Chris Paul stay with the Spurs? I know Locked On Spurs, Jeff Garcia, and myself talked about that yesterday. Well, the other day on Locked On Spurs. Mentioned about Chris Paul. I mean, I don't think he stays with the Spurs unless he feels he has an opportunity to win a title here. But the guy wants to start. I don't think he's starting material right now for the Spurs. I think your backcourt is set with Stephon Castle and De'Aaron Fox, and that's what it should be for the remainder of their career. There's no other backcourt. Would you inquire about Dame instead of Giannis? Why I ask? I think we need a tag type player. I honestly don't see that. See Giannis as that. So with Dame, I fully like that move, but the problem with Dame is that where do you put him? I mean, do you put Stephon, have him come off the bench, which I don't like. I like Stephon Castle in the starting 5. You could go De'Aaron, Stephon, Dame, trio in the backcourt. But I mean, then you're almost forced to start Jeremy Sohan and Wemby together. So I'll be honest, I love Dame, but I would take Giannis only because in San Antonio, I feel with Giannis in San Antonio, Joel, it slows the game down for him and it simplifies the game for Giannis Antetokounmpo in San Antonio. What I mean by simplify, doesn't have to have the ball in his hand the entire time. Can run up and down the court on a fast break with guys like Stephon Castle and De'Aaron Fox. So that fast break right there, a 3-on-2 fast break, pretty much unstoppable with those two guys on the wings for De'Aaron Fox. Not only that, he's not the focal point of an offense like he is in Milwaukee. So again, for me, Giannis is a better player for me away from the ball on the offensive side. It'll simplify his game because you're going to be having Wemby, De'Aaron Fox running the point. Wemby, pick and roll. Giannis cutting to the basket. Great. I mean, he can jump out the gym. So his rebounding totals are going to go probably sky high. He's going to get a lot more easier baskets with the Spurs than he currently is with Milwaukee. So you're going to get same Giannis, all the great, dunks, scoring, but he's not going to have to work so hard for it. So it's going to be a way better fit. And that's personally me. That's personally me on the Giannis talk. That's why I would rather go after Giannis than Dame. Now, Dame, pure shooter. I mean, something the Spurs need. They need shooting. But I just see too much of a crowded backcourt. And I feel like the lineup just wouldn't work with Dame, De'Aaron Fox, and Stephon Castle in that backcourt. And I don't want to put Steph on the bench. Obviously not going to bench De'Aaron. Dame won't accept, I don't think he'll accept that 6-man role. So personally me, that's why I'd go with Giannis, man. Giannis in San Antonio, he says, I could see that. And John G says, yeah. So yeah, for me, Giannis in San Antonio, 100% makes more sense, more than anybody that's going to be a free agent, or not a free agent, but anybody that may be available. So make that inquiry. And the reason why is because, again, you've got MVP potential and MVP caliber every single year with Giannis Antetokounmpo. Imagine if he doesn't have to work so hard to get his points and to get his stats, that it comes easy for him. You're going to see a rejuvenated player. He doesn't have to carry the entire team on his back nightly. Now it's like you're taking the weight of this and the weight of that away from him. I guarantee you one thing, his defense is going to be leaps and bounds better for Giannis here. I think with Wemby behind him, it's going to be better. People are not going to want to get to the basket knowing Wemby's there, which means Giannis's defense would definitely be a whole lot better here in San Antonio. Miles Turner's a good one. Now, the thing with Indiana, I'm going to get into the Indiana talk here, is if there's a player on Indiana available, it's more than likely Benedict Mathurin that you could have. I don't know if Miles Turner would be made available, but if he is, I could see Turner here. I like Turner. Funny because Derek Gervin and I talked about Miles Turner a long time ago, pairing him with Wemby. There wasn't very many negatives that we could see. Like, there's no negatives that we could see. And yeah, Miles Turner, you got it right, bud. We didn't see any bad stuff there. But I think we both felt that it would just not be a good fit, I think. I think Turner's a guy that, he wants the ball in his hands. And good defender. I mean, really good defender, can score. But are we kind of getting the same type of player that we are in Wemby? Now, forget the height. But if you're thinking about it, we're kind of getting the same type of player with Wemby. As if you were having Giannis, you're not getting that same type of player. You're getting, I mean, again, when I throw names out there, don't get all mad. They're way better. But with Giannis, you're getting, back in the day, you're getting that Bobby Jones type of guy, just running up and down, getting baskets left and right, playing some hard-nosed defense for you younger kids out there, for your middle-aged guys. You're looking at like an Andre Karolinko, a Detlef Schrempf type of player, Tom Chambers type of player with Giannis Antetokounmpo. Guys that came in, they just did everything that you needed them to do to be successful, and they were stars. I mean, Bobby Jones was a major star. I mean, you're talking, Detlef Schrempf was one of the greatest European players, at his time right there. I mean, you're getting those types of guys, all-star guys that, could make all-star teams. And that's why I think you get out of Giannis. And now Miles Turner, I think you get the same type of player that you already have in Wemby. So will it work? It'll work. I just don't know how well it would work. And yeah, I think at one point they did try to get Miles Turner already. It was a few years back. I want to say it was pre-Wemby, if I'm not mistaken. Pre-Wemby that they did try. But I mean, Miles Turner on the team, again, I'm not opposed to it. Another big man. But I think you get the same type of player compared to other guys. I mean, if we're going down the thing, I wouldn't even mind Domantas Sabonis. I mean, if you guys want to chew on that for a little bit, I wouldn't mind Domantas Sabonis being a San Antonio Spur. Why not? You've already got De'Aaron Fox. Why not go back into the well and see if you can get Domantas there? Domantas makes a whole hell of a lot of sense for the San Antonio Spurs. Can knock down the mid-range, gets to the basket, plays defense, rebounds like crazy. That is your low post threat right there. Then you can kind of have Victor play that pick and pop game, knowing you've got a player like Sabonis, underneath the basket. Worked super well with De'Aaron Fox. So my list right now that I want to inquire in the offseason, because again, 2025, 2026 season is going to be, it's going to be the turnaround. I really feel that's the turnaround year for the Spurs. Saying it for a while now. You guys had to wait till next season. Next season's almost here. This is the one where they make the change. So I knew it wasn't going to be a good season this year. There was nothing on paper that said they were going to be a 40-win team, 44-win team, nothing like that. I had them at 30. They're at 32. I think the high I had them on was 35. But I really had them at 30 wins. So nothing on paper told me they were going to be, this barn-burning team. Nothing. Even after De'Aaron Fox, I still didn't feel they were going to get into the playoffs. Maybe play in, but not the playoffs. But anyway, back to the other subject here. My off-season list is Giannis and then Domantas. Those two guys are two guys that I'm like, you know what? I'm willing to give you those draft picks for them. I doubt you can go get Larry Marketing. I don't know what Danny Ainge and those guys are doing in Utah right now. But I those are the two guys that I'm circling on my big board in the offseason. I've got tons of draft capital. I've got some young players that can send in return. But this draft capital that I have, I can make it work. Easily, I can make it work and make it worth your while. Yeah, so Miles Turner was pre-Victor Wembanyama. And if it was for some playoff experience at best, yeah. I mean, the thing is, you bring one of these guys in, then you're a playoff team. I would say minimum play-in, but you're a playoff team. Playoff team with one of these guys. This season was a playoffs experience at best. Yeah. I mean, so with Spurs season coming into this year, CP3, Harrison Barnes, at the beginning of the year, I thought, okay, it's veteran experience. You're bringing in the guys who have won before, not necessarily titles, but who have won, who have a playoff experience in them. They're educating the younger fellas and getting them ready. That's all they did. Now, again, Spurs fans don't get all beat up about it. You went from 22 wins last year, with a rookie Victor, to 32 wins this year. I don't care about play in, playoff, or any of that. That's a 10-game turnaround. Where, you've got teams that will win 20 games this year, 21 next year, 19 this year, 22 in 2 years. Those are not great turnarounds. 22 wins is 10 more wins than last year. Now, they can build upon it. Are they going to be better than 32 wins next year? As the current team is assembled, probably good for 39, 40 wins. I would say maybe another 7 more wins. Spurs fans look at one thing. They suck. They suck. If Spurs fans really pulled back the curtain, so you know what? There were 22 wins last year. They're at 32 this year. They've got 4 games left on the year, on the season. Can they get to that 35 win? Even if they get 2 more wins, a 12-game turnaround is really good. In my opinion, it's really good. It shows you're on the right path still. Now, next year, you went from 22 to 32, possibly 34. And they could end with 36. But say they stay at 34. You got a 12-game turnaround. You just got to get to 40. Maybe 42 to get to the play-in. De'Aaron Fox in a full season with the Spurs can add that extra 8 games that you would need. Yeah, it's about the perspective of things. It's 10-game turnaround. Be happy about that. It could be worse. They could be back to 22 wins again, 21 wins again. Everybody be screaming, how can this roster be 21 wins? It's not that good. It's better than last year. And it shows. 32 wins so far. Look at the bigger picture. Don't look at what's going on. Hell, you don't even have a guy that's probably going to be a coach full time for them. It's a rookie coach. The season is a wash. The season didn't go anywhere the way anybody planned it to. You're talking no pop. Victor goes down. De'Aaron goes for surgery. It's just one of those seasons. But even at that, I had him at, like I said, 35 wins at the most. And to me, a 13-game turnaround was amazing already. Rudy Campos Jr. for Sweep the League TV. Be sure to go to our YouTube page here, Sweep the League TV. Quick update here, guys. I will be out of town Thursday through Friday. As of right now, Thursday and Friday, those shows are going to be brought to you by Jacob Eric, Grading the Market, host of Sweep the League on Sweep the League Network. He should have a guest with him those 2 days, so he's going to be coming to you in the evening there. Tomorrow night, we're going to see. It's either going to be a Grading the Market show with Jacob Eric, or we may actually get both in. I may do one during the day, or maybe sometime in the early evening. We can also work with Jacob Eric. So needless to say, Thursday and Friday, Jacob Eric should be taking care of you guys here. He's going to be coming in, subbing in, tag teaming, tagging in, for whatever, Sweep the League or whatever he wants to do here. He's one of the hosts here for the network. And then tomorrow, it's either going to be Jacob Eric or myself. Who knows? Maybe it'll be both, but we will see. So that's the schedule for the week. Also, you can follow us on Sweep the League Network. Be sure to go to YouTube, Sweep the League Network. Hit that subscribe button. Why? We are 24/7 streaming across not just YouTube, but a ton of other. Vaughn TV is another one that we are a part of. We are on a ton of streaming services, and we're not done thanks to MCS General Contracting. We've got more announcements to come. And the only way for you to get those announcements is to join Sweep the League TV. It's free. We don't charge anything. You can be a member. You can be whatever. You can be a follower, however you want. Just go to Sweep the League TV on YouTube. Search Sweep the League TV. Hit that subscribe button. That way you are a subscriber. Also on I Am Refocused Radio. All sponsored and all powered by MCS General Contracting. Same time. So as of right now, Should be the same time at 9 o'clock. Just hit that notification button, Joel. That way you can get the notification on there and you'll know when we go live. But again, you've got 24/7 Sweep the League all the time. And it's just not us. It's all of the shows that we got. And then including the other shows that are going to be joining us here. Better Life TV with Dr. Pinkston. You've got Painting Corners podcast, again, full-time next year, kind of part-time this year. Got a couple more shows that are actually going to be joining us on board. So you guys will never get tired of Sweep the League Network or I Am Refocused Radio Network. So again, be sure to go to our page, YouTube page, Sweep the League TV, hit that subscribe button. That way you are not left out in the cold. But for Derek Gerber, for Coach Gio, for everybody a part of Sweep the League Network and I Am Refocused Radio Network, this is Rudy Campos Jr. signing off. And until we see you guys again, maybe tomorrow, but definitely next week, you guys be safe out there. Enjoy y'all's week. Again, Jacob Eric will be taking you guys for the rest of the week here. We'll see you later, knuckleheads.
Some are born with silver spoons in their mouth. I was born without a house in the access of south in your mouth. Might get fixed and say some slick shit, but please know we known for fights and clips and shit we slick with. In story time I sound like Slick Rick, but the animals get mad at you, emotions turn tangible, and then I hope your cats can move, or fully automatic getting emptied out and taking half of you. Don't hold your nose.
Your destination. Vision on the court, watch my plays take action. Fast break, hustle, yeah, I'm built to compete. Defense locked in, I'm the soul of the street. Court vision crazy, I'm balling in the zone. Step back, jumper, yeah, I'm cold like stone. 2025, lose my game, got finesse. Leave it all on the floor, you know I'm the best.
Back up.
All right, and
Hey.
we are back after a couple of weeks off.
Yes, we are.
Thanks.
It's been a month and a half.
Yeah, it was February the last time we did a podcast.
This is the best we've looked. This camera's pretty good.
I know this is we're using the big boy camera today. Hey.
Yeah, thank you for the patience. I'm gonna reshare this real quick.
Yeah, and
but we are happy to be back and running again, aren't we?
Yeah, just in time for the playoffs. We get into the last 9 or 10 games of the regular season, so we're back just in time for the Stanley Cup playoffs to start. I think it's April 20th is when the playoffs actually start.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, thank you to everybody for your patience with us. But we are back, Carson and I, doing the Best Boy Sunrise podcast. While Carson gets things going on his phone, we'd like to, of course, thank the Refocused Radio Network. That's where you can go back and see this podcast tomorrow, and also past podcasts that we've done for the Best Boy Sunrise podcast on our YouTube channel. That's on there.
It's just good to be back here in the studio. I will say it's been a minute since we.
Yeah. It seems like it's been I'm going to be open and honest. We took a break because I was having some health issues,
and you talked about that on your TikTok that you made the Facebook about.
Yeah. So, I'm back. I'm not 100%, but we're getting there, and
he's doing a lot better than everybody expected him to this quick. So.
Yeah. And I talked to Carson the other day and I said, I think we should do a podcast on Tuesday. And he was like, yep, let's do it.
Yeah. This break for us came at the right time.
Yep.
Honestly, it's never a good reason for health issues, obviously, but we needed the break. I think, Dad got his stuff kind of taken care of and is getting on the mend with his procedure. He has another one tomorrow, a minor one though. So the biggest one was already done.
Mm-hmm.
And then for me, I just leased a new apartment. And so getting everything taken care of with that, going back and forth from there to work and home, it's just, it has been pretty tiring. So it's nice to have that. We did have a little break, but
yeah,
this is the biggest time of the year for hockey season. So we're glad to be back now, and hopefully should be consistently the rest of the way.
Yeah.
We may, if anything, possibly next week, depending on how he's feeling after his procedure. He has tomorrow if he's good to go, but he should probably most likely be good to go. And so we should be in for the rest of this playoff. Well, the last couple weeks of the regular season and full playoffs, we're full steam ahead. You know what? That was just a sign. You know what? You just needed to get patched up real quick, like the players do, and be ready.
It's kind of like, they put they're going to sit McDavid out until the last couple of games of the regular season, and okay, get him ready for the playoffs.
They put you on LTIR, except you're not getting paid.
If I get paid, if I could get paid for being on LT, and then you would get the benefit of having extra money too to spend.
But in all seriousness, it's good to be back. I'm glad we're back doing what we love to do, and that's doing the show. So, we'll get back on it here shortly and get everything.
Yeah,
started.
we're gonna take a look in a bit, and I love these if the playoffs started today. So we're gonna do a if the playoffs started today and take a look at the matchups that are as of right now before anything starts. So let's. Do you want to start with that? Because that's the most I'll get into some stuff about the orders, and
there's been a lot of stuff that's happened since we came on. We didn't go to trade deadline. We didn't, because you were already not doing well. We've missed a lot of stuff. I think the last time we actually did a show was right after I got back from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it was in late February.
After the Four Nations is over.
Yep.
So it's been a little bit, about a month since we've been here, but we'll go ahead, and I guess I'll get us started with the Penguins stuff. So, just a little refresher. We do the updates on our two teams, Edmonton Oilers for him, Pittsburgh Penguins for me, discuss kind of the events of the team recently, and then after that, we normally get into stuff about the league, what's kind of happened in the league, obviously the playoffs coming up, so the potential matchups and who we maybe think is going to take the crown this year. But I'll start for the Penguins. So, this season in general has been pretty tough for them. Haven't really been able to get much of anything going the whole time. They win a few games and then they lose some, and it's just up and down. The whole Jari thing being sent to Wilkes-Barre for a while, and he hasn't done awful since he came back, but he has had some couple stinker games. With about 7 games left in the season now, the Penguins most likely aren't going to get in the postseason for the 3rd straight time. Which kind of stings. I want them to play in the playoffs, but this season they just didn't really have it. I think they make it there. Yeah, I'd like for them to make it in the playoffs, but they get there, they're going to get whacked. It's just they're not that deep, and goaltending has been awful. They're the 2nd worst team at keeping pucks out of the net, and that's not gonna give you any benefits. So you know what? I'm all okay with the Penguins missing the playoffs. They need to retool and get a bit better. But they still have it in them. They've shown sparks where they can be that team. It's just consistently being there. But still 7 games left. You'd like them to win as many as they can, just to keep themselves close and go out with pride. They're still playing for pride. You're professional athletes. I'd rather them kind of be where it's like this. I hate to say it, but for purposes of knowing that it's over, versus getting the last couple of years where it's just come to the last game, and especially last year's hurt more, I think, than the first in 2023 when they missed out because they lost to Chicago, which is one of the biggest, most influential games in NHL history, because that's what allowed Chicago to get Connor Bedard in the next draft, is because they beat us that night in Pittsburgh. But last year's was painful because, 0.2% at the beginning of March, and they just climbed all the way up and nearly got there. And if they had another 2 games, I bet you they would have gotten in that spot, but they just didn't. This year, again, they had their swings just up and down. I went to a lot of games this year. The Penguins didn't win any of them. I watched them lose 4 straight on the Western trip. That's a big swing that they could have turned themselves if they would have won some games. One thing I've mentioned to you about the Penguins that I don't think a lot of people really talk about that much is how the Penguins lead in a lot of these games, and they just blow it. They're one of the worst teams in holding a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, they get a 2-goal lead, and they
get a 2-goal lead and they blow it. The games I've been to this year, they led 2-0 in Winnipeg and blew that game. They led in Calgary and they lost that game. They led 2-0 in Vancouver, lost that game. They led against the Bolts when I went and watched them play in Pittsburgh, and they lost that game. They led against the Rangers and lost that game. So a lot of games they come up and lead and they just lose it. That's got to be taken care of. I think just keeping your foot on the gas pedal. this isn't like the most star-studded roster, but it is a good roster when the pieces are all there. And I think this offseason, honestly, Kyle Dubas is going to have some stuff cooking up for this team. A lot of draft picks coming up, and I feel like he'll maybe be able to use this to get some young assets that are ready to play. But for right now, too, a big thing is the Wilkes-Barre guys starting to come up and play, which has been good because they're going to be on this roster, I feel like, next season and getting them prepared for what it's going to take. And they need to get that experience. The only way you learn is by playing. One thing that did happen this last week, pretty cool, Sidney Crosby, big milestone. Finally, I was ready for it. Got the 20th point per game season, passing Wayne Gretzky for the most all-time in NHL history. There was some concern at the beginning of this year that he wouldn't get there because he was off to a bit of a slower start in his point production, but he's now, after the overtime winner in Ottawa on Sunday, or against Ottawa on Sunday, it's a 10-game point streak, and he's like aging like fine wine. He literally, Father Time has not caught up to him yet. He is still playing so elite on the ice. Whenever he's out there, he's out there. But yeah, so you know what? I'm going to watch the rest of these games, and I'm really looking forward to the playoffs. It's going to be so interesting. But for now, I'm just watching the Penguins hopefully win the last few games they got and be ready to start again next season. For now, this week, the Penguins only have 2 games the rest of this week. They have a few days off after they won 1-0 against Ottawa on Sunday, which was a very great game, actually, for a 1-0 game. But they head to Missouri to play St. Louis on Thursday night, which that'll be a tough game because the Blues have been the hottest team in the league. They are rolling, absolutely rolling.
Right at the right time, too.
Yep. So that's going to be a tough game, but, I'm looking for that to be a good one. The Penguins beat the Blues earlier this season when they played in Pittsburgh already. And then Saturday, I will be on my roadie with a couple of my buddies or my friends I used to work with at Academy to Dallas to watch the Penguins take on the Stars on Saturday afternoon. I'm really excited. Obviously, the last game of the season for the Penguins that I'll be watching in person, which I'm excited. I always love watching them play, no matter where they are in the standings. This will also be pretty cool. This will be marking game number 10 of the NHL season I've been to this year. So that's cool to hit the double digits. But nonetheless, it'll be cool taking 2 of my friends that
and American Airlines.
Yeah, it's a beautiful arena.
One of the best arenas for hockey.
Take 2 of my friends with me that I've known for a long time, and we worked together in retail for years. And they went to one of the Stars games with me when the Penguins played them a few years ago. So they're not really hockey novices, but they love watching it. It's great to take friends up there to go and enjoy the day. It's a day trip. We'll come back that night after the game, but to spend time with your friends and make a good memory. So I'm excited and hopefully finally get to see a Penguin win.
Yeah, that would be so good.
That'd be great.
Great way to end the season.
Yeah, and I'll take the Sid hot streak right now because he's producing points, and that's what I always like to see. But that's what we got on the docket. So I'm not really mad about the way it's gone. It's just kind of the way it goes for teams. You kind of are on the high of winning the cups, and it starts to come down. But this Penguins team, as long as it has the likes of Sid, Gino, and the hang on it, is still a competitive.
You're gonna, after the Penguins had got, 2 back-to-backs, teams are gonna catch up. Yeah. Teams are gonna get better, and the Penguins can't hold on to that. You can't do a New York Islander 4 in a row. You can't do a Montreal Canadiens 5 in a row. Yeah. It's just impossible to do that now with the parity in the league.
Because you look at all the teams for the most part right now that are good. And no shaming on them either. It's just the way it goes. But a lot of the teams that are good now, besides maybe Tampa Bay, weren't very good 7-8 years ago. No. It's just the way it's the parity of the league. It's how it works. But
like the Oilers after their cup run in 2006, they fell off the table big time. And you know what? And they've picked it up here since in the last decade.
But that's why we love watching hockey, is because there's no parity in hockey. It literally it always changes. Whereas the NBA. Same teams for the most part, always good. The market's a lot bigger. NFL, a lot of the same teams nowadays are always the good teams. No matter how long it's been since the Cleveland Browns have been a good football team. It's stuff like that. But the NHL, you have stories every year that just that make it up.
Look at last year, Vancouver Canucks. Yeah. All right, and then now this year they're probably not going to make the playoffs.
The Rangers probably.
Boston
second last in the conference.
Boston's not good. So you get teams who are like, you have Boston and New York who were at one time recently President's Cup winners, and now they're not making the playoffs. And you got young guys like the St. Louis crew that's coming up. Minnesota's going to come up. You've got
even
Ottawa.
A couple years.
Yeah, Utah, Ottawa. is
Montreal
coming back.
possibly.
Montreal. So you're getting a little bit, and you're still getting some of the old blood, like the Oilers and the Panthers and the Bolts, and
but you're getting the new teams
and Washington, after barely squeaking in, and then
the
being
first team to qualify,
and going to probably get the East.
These, even the teams that are going to be the wild cards, they're not going to be any pushaways. These are going to be good teams. But last thing on the Penguins, and we'll jump to your Oilers stuff. I got to give Kyle Dubas a lot of credit, though. Honestly, for what he came into when he got here, he has made some great decisions and gotten a lot of assets, and as well younger guys for basically nothing. Like, Thomas Hino was a great addition. So far, Timmins and Dewar from Toronto, when we only gave him a 3rd or 4th round pick in the Boston deal with Carlo and stuff, that's been great. The only big deal people frown upon is the Erik Karlsson deal, which, I get sometimes where he doesn't look awesome, but then there's the times where he's like, this is why we got him, because he's elite at what he does. Just last few games of the season, I'm excited to see what they do and retool for next year. But now we'll go on to your good old Edmonton Oilers, and then we'll jump to the league because there's a lot of stuff.
There's a lot of stuff going on. So the Oilers, as we head into tonight, they are third in the Pacific
Vegas tonight, right?
Yeah, in Vegas tonight. They're third in the Pacific, a couple of back of the Kings. So the Kings and the Oilers are going back and forth. The Knights are like 9 points ahead of the Oilers. So you're
basically playing for second.
Yeah, you're playing for home ice in the first round between Edmonton and LA. Be the 4th year in a row that Edmonton and LA play in the first round. So that's become a pretty good rivalry. So right now you're not going to catch Vegas. But you can, I think it's going to be very important for either team to get home ice, and because that's going to because the Oilers.
I think it matters more for the Kings, though.
Yeah,
I think because the Oilers are proven that they can win in LA.
Yeah, the Kings, I think, are a better road team than a home team record-wise.
Yes,
and so but the Oilers have shown that they can win on the road in big games. So either way, it's going to be a great series.
I don't think as much in the NHL home ice matters as much anymore. I really don't.
No. The Oilers are 5-5 in their last 10 games. They were without Draisaitl, McDavid, Ekholm for a while. Now they're without Stu Skinner for a little bit. So you got 3 of your big guns out, and they held the fort. The others, as you know, they held the fort. Draisaitl comes back against Calgary and gets that was two goals and an assist, including the OT.
Like
winner.
I told you, when I saw him galloping in the zone in the third, I'm like, oh, that's going.
See,
that box going.
Draisaitl he's been accused in the past of being a lazy skater. I've seen this guy all year. Just like really his strength on the puck. You can't get him off the puck when he's in the zone.
No, the puck finds him.
He puts his back to somebody and you can't get him. He's just so wide.
The puck finds his stick.
Yeah, and
like I told you, when he scored that goal, ping.
It
was perfect.
And I'm not just saying this because he's probably my favorite player on the team, for my favorite team, but if he doesn't get MVP, at least one of the close, because he proves every night.
It's either going to be him or Hellebuck, I think.
Yeah, and I think Hellebuck has set a record for wins. I mean, he's at 40 something.
42.
Already.
He's like 42, 10, and 3. He's at a crazy number.
So I just think Draisaitl won the MVP in the COVID bubble year, but I think he legitimately
deserves it.
Because now you think. When you're playing the Oilers, you used to just be able to control Connor McDavid, and that was it. Now, what do? You got to control.
But even the other guys too. You've had the people like Pod Colson who stepped in and looked really good and like a force to be reckoned with. But this isn't the Connor McDavid show anymore. This is the Edmonton Oilers. The only concern I feel like from an outsider point of view that I have, and you probably agree with this, is Bouchard's defensive lapses at points and Stuart Skinner's just inconsistency. I mean, now he's hurt for a little bit. He's out. You're hoping he comes back and that he's back to being the playoff Stewie was last year, but he's just been inconsistent, I feel like sometimes.
I totally agree. Bouchard has been a defensive liability. That's why not having Ekholm in the lineup since the Four Nations, it's been tough. Klingberg has come in, but he's injured. I'm not 100% sold on him.
I don't think he'll be really. I think he won't. I mean, he's been hurt for a while.
Wheeler is good. I think he's been a good addition on the point for the Oilers.
Do you think? I mean, we've talked about this before, but I could see the Oilers moving on from Bouchard after this season, trying to get something because he's still worth good.
Because this is, I think, his contract year is
he's still worth good money. I mean, he's still worth something.
Yeah, this year he's under contract for next season. They'd want to extend
because then they can get him for whatever.
So McDavid, I heard slated. They're going to hold off on putting him back in the lineup until the last few games of the regular season, just to get some game time in.
I think too, like when it gets closer, if the Kings end up jumping further ahead, you consider resting Dry too, and just get him ready.
Yeah.
The only thing that you keep him in for is if he can get to 60 goals.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think he really cares about that. He's trying to win a cup.
He's at 51. I think he's going to win the Rocket Richard for the first time for the most goals. But like I said earlier, Draisaitl's proving to be an MVP. And again, Kings Oilers first round matchup, 4th year in a row. It's funny because the Oilers have beaten the Kings in 7, 6, and 5 games.
It's not going to be 4. I'm going to tell you that.
It's not going to be 4. It's going to be
this
that
is going to be the Kings' best shot to beat the Oilers is this year. This is going to be the best shot because the Kings have looked really good all around the lineup. They score a ton of goals, and their goaltending has actually been pretty good this year.
I think, and then the key is for me, and I was thinking about this earlier today, if Evander Kane can come back in the playoffs, that's going to be a big boost for toughness. Because if you get him, Corey Perry, and up front, because the Oilers have been out-hit just about every game by the opposition.
And that's not going to be.
And if Evander Kane is out there and he's close to 100%, he's going to cause havoc. He's going to go and hit some people.
A couple of people I'd worry about for sure on the Kings though was definitely Byfield. He scored a lot of goals, but Warren Fogle too, being a former Oiler, and he's coming for blood against Oilers. That's his former team now. He wants to kick their butts. Yeah. But it's going to be a good series if it's them two.
So tonight, the Oilers are in Vegas. I had flashbacks of my trip to Vegas earlier in the season. So I'll be watching the game. It's at 9:00 tonight. Then it's the California trip. Thursday, they're in San Jose. Saturday in LA. Big game there. Hockey Night in Canada game. And then Monday in Anaheim, and then they come home and play the Blues next Wednesday. That's going to be a big game because St. Louis is going to be on that. They're in. I think they're in the second wild card spot right now behind Minnesota.
But I'm assuming they'll be on a Western Canadian trip.
Yeah. So now we're going to get into the playoffs
before we get to the playoffs here, because we brought up something. We still have about 25 minutes anyways. We have tons of time. That you brought up to me. There's a few topics I do want to talk about that happened, and then we'll get to the playoffs maybe for the bracket and what we think who's gonna win. So you brought
before you get going, I want to say hi to Thomas, Claude, Greg, and Sylvia all joining us tonight.
Today. Appreciate it. But something that we just talked about the other day that I just feel like isn't getting enough attention, and I feel like it's just kind of crazy that it's going on this way, is how Toronto is going to all these Western cities where the time difference is 3 hours of them. So, they're going to Edmonton or LA where the time is 3 hours behind their own time zone, and the time is getting switched to their time zone.
Saturday night, this happened against the Oilers in Edmonton.
The Kings last weekend.
And the Kings last weekend were a normal Kings game and a normal Oilers game on a Saturday night would be 9 o'clock. They would be the back end of the Hockey Night in Canada. But because it's Toronto, all of a sudden Toronto dictates that in LA, they can play a game that's going to start in LA at 3 in the afternoon.
Or no, 4, because it started here at 6. 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
But still, that's an early game.
But when I looked at the thing and I said Toronto at 6 again in LA, I was like, there is something. The NHL is favoring the Maple Leafs for some reason to give them prime. I guess, let's face it, and all Canadians know 6 p.m. is prime time on Saturday night. That's Hockey Night in Canada night. It's tradition. You want to play at 6 o'clock. And the Leafs, for some reason,
no one else gets that kind of. Even Montreal doesn't. If Montreal's on the road, they have to play a night game.
So
it's just Toronto. But
I don't know. Like you said it a good when it happened in Edmonton. Doesn't the home team get the call if they want to move it or not? Like Toronto should ask, can we move it to 6?
Which I understand that the players might like playing earlier in the afternoon, especially if you're in LA. You get done at 6:30, 7 o'clock. But Toronto's getting their schedule, their exact schedule, and they're the road team. So then what they should do then is have every Eastern team and Western team play at 6 o'clock every game.
Yeah.
And not have any 9 o'clock starts anymore, because it's an unfair advantage where Toronto's getting to play on their own time stamp, whereas everybody else doesn't get to do that. The Edmonton Oilers, the best Canadian team, don't get to do that. They don't have the luxury of getting to do that when they go on the road. They have to play these wacky schedules instead of, if they're going to the Eastern side, they don't have to play they're not playing at 9 o'clock. They're playing at the Eastern time.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, Toronto's getting the benefit of the doubt there. And all I have to say on that is, when's the last time the Leafs have won a Stanley Cup?
Yeah, 50,000
years ago. Yeah. So, I mean, it doesn't. To me, it's ridiculous that they're even getting away with that. I understand in the playoffs, obviously East and even when it gets to the Cup final, you're going to put it on a primetime slot because people are going to watch that game. That's the only game going on. But this is a regular season, and they're somehow getting to play all these Western teams at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, on their time, on
their own time. It's crazy to me. Yeah. But anyways, on to the next one. The big thing that happened too. That's just been so hard for me to get used to is Brad Marchand to the Panthers now.
When he skated out that first game in Florida, I was like, I'm sorry, that's like, this does not look right.
I can't believe that the Bruins did that. Yeah. I mean, they gave him for nothing, a second rounder. Yeah. That's all they got.
I don't think Marchand will stay in Florida, though.
I don't either, but I wouldn't go back to Boston because they've just thrown him to the curb.
No, I think he's going to find his spot that he wants to be in.
You know where I could really see him going to?
Edmonton.
Mm-hmm.
He would be a good fit.
He could be a second liner on Edmonton. Yep. I could see him going to Edmonton. I could also see him going to Dallas, but Dallas is already loaded up so much with the Rantanen and stuff. But I don't think he's staying in Florida either. But I would like to see him in Edmonton. Holy, that'd be awesome. I mean, you guys, as much as he's a pain in the butt, he is a very good hockey player.
Look at what the Oilers used to say about Corey Perry. Corey Perry is a great pain in the butt, and it's great to play with him instead of against him now.
And it's the same with Marchand.
Yeah, it's the same with Marchand. This was I found interesting. I saw just a blip yesterday online that they've said Brady Tkachuk is the worst captain in the NHL. I don't agree. I think Brady has helped bring that organization
in the playoffs.
Well, you know who I think the worst captain in the NHL is Austin Matthews. So I looked at that and I went, it's the internet. It's like people just say whatever they want to say, but I don't think Brady Tkachuk is the worst captain. I think he's brought that team into playoff contention.
No, I mean, I don't. We've said it before. We don't think Matthew, and it's not just Leafs hate. I'm telling you, it's not. But he's just not a good leader. He's not a leader. And if you had to say, besides, okay, we'll take out Sid and maybe McDavid, because those are our guys. If you took a look at that, who do you think is the best captain in your eyes in the NHL? If you took a guess.
If I took a guess at right now, the best captain besides from our teams, Barkov.
Okay.
In Florida. Maybe Jamie Benn.
Yeah, he's been a captain
in Dallas.
I've got a wild card for mine. This name you're not going to expect, but I respect the way he plays his game and he plays hard. There's Boone Jenner from Columbus.
Yeah,
you know what? That team, they haven't been very good for a little bit. He's been loyal to that franchise. He's led that team, especially with this year, how things have gone. The Jackets may or may not make it in, but he has led them to be a force to be reckoned with.
Especially after the season that they've had to go through.
I agree with the Austin Matthews stuff. He's not a leader, and they made a mistake taking Tavares' captaincy. They should have given it to Morgan Riley instead.
And then, speaking of Tkachuk, his brother Matthew is skating, but they're holding him back until the playoffs in Florida.
They have no reason to play him. They're in the playoffs. No reason to have him playing.
And the Ovi watch. He's 5 goals away, 9 games to go.
I hope he gets to the season because that's going to be painful if he has to wait another 6 months.
The way he's been playing, and I've watched a couple of parts of Washington games. Just I want to catch some of the. And I think they're trying too hard sometimes to get him goals. I think if it just comes organically and naturally, but yeah, you'd hate it if he gets to the last game of the season and he's a goal or two down and he has to wait until next season, because it just, I think the build up at the end of the season like this is more exciting than at the beginning of the next season.
The thing is that you never know. I hate to say it like that, but you never know if you'll be able to play another game.
Yeah.
So you'd like for him to get the piece of history. His last game of the season, ironically, is in Pittsburgh against the Penguins. So it would be kind of cool if but I mean, it'd be awesome. It'd be better if it happened at home, but on the road, there's nowhere better for it to happen than in Pittsburgh.
And Ovi was class act. And I've never been an Ovi fan. Class act when they played in Minnesota. It was going to be the last game against Marc-Andre Fleury. And the rivalry that Washington and Pittsburgh had. And, Ovi,
and they lost,
and they lost, and the guys were going off the ice, and Ovi got all of his guys out there saying no, and they had Marc-Andre Fleury go through the line. That was very classy.
I'm excited for, not really excited for, but what's going to be awesome to watch is the last game between Sid and Ovi against each other. There's going to be a loud eruption after that game.
Yeah,
that was this era of hockey.
Yeah,
really. That's what started it.
It's Ovi and Crosby were
like every era's had its guys like your day was Lemieux and Gretzky.
Yeah.
And then that transitioned to this era, and now we're getting to the Bedard, Celebrini era, and guys like that are coming up.
And McDavid, Crosby.
Yeah, McDavid obviously getting transit, but it's just that was cool.
That was very cool on Ovi's part to do
now.
That. And Deb, Tim, and Matthew also joining us tonight.
The bracket that we have for now. Let's skip by that for now because obviously it's not concrete and it's going to change. Now,
you just put it away from me.
I did. Who do you have coming out of each conference, and then who do you have winning the whole Stanley Cup? And I know this is tougher for you because your team's in it, but think logically what you feel. And
everybody says you pick with your head or you pick with your heart. Okay. I'm going to start in the Eastern Conference because that's the easier one for me. I still think I got to put my money on Washington right now. Florida, it's going to be the Eastern Conference Finals. Washington and Florida, but I give it to Washington because it's one of those things where they went from barely squeaking in to
being the first team
in. Now, in the West, what my heart says. My heart is the Edmonton Oilers, but I can't help but look at the Winnipeg Jets as being not just because they could fall apart like they did in the playoffs last year against Colorado, but that team learned a lesson from that. And if you got a guy by the name of Connor Hellebuck in your net, and I just think with my head, you got to look at Winnipeg at coming out of the Western Conference. Now it could be Winnipeg and Edmonton.
The way you think,
yeah,
that is a very good thought process.
Yeah, Winnipeg just seems to be that juggernaut unless something happens to their confidence.
Well, it happened last season, really.
Yeah,
because they fell apart and Hellebuck didn't stop anything.
They'll play. The second wild card in the first round, which right now would be St. Louis. You could get St. Louis coming and surprising them. But I just don't think Winnipeg is going to fall apart like they did last year. Now, you.
Alrighty. So, my prediction, I think, coming out of the Eastern Conference this year, we're going to roll it back in time a little bit and go right back to Tampa Bay.
The Bolts.
You know what? They've done a really good job this season. They have looked so freaking good. Vasilevsky has looked back to peak performance. Jake Gensel going there has been a great move for them. Him and Nikita Kucherov, bang, 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 like back and forth. And I just don't see anybody stopping that team. Their four lines are just rolling, and that's going to be hard. And Vasilevsky is one of the best goalies in the world. It's going to take a lot to beat them. If I pick anybody out of the East to beat them, I think it would be their cross-state rivals in Florida and the Panthers. I don't like to say anything about Washington because I don't hate Washington. I truly don't, but I think that that's going to be more of a pretender thing. I don't think they're going to go very far. I think they're going to make it, and it's just going to fall apart. I feel like, they might win a round. It won't be like last year where they just got embarrassed by the Rangers, but I don't see them doing much. I just don't think that they have the experience yet. They have Ovechkin, but the other guys haven't experience. No. And I think if you play like a team like Florida who has experience, that's going to wear down a little bit. But you never know. That's what makes hockey so great. But I have Tampa Bay out of the East, out of the West, out of the Western Conference. Much like you had with Washington, I also think Winnipeg's going to be a team that's going to fall apart. I look at Winnipeg. I like their team. They're a good team. I just don't see that being a team that wins a Stanley Cup. I don't. They're so centered around Hellebuck that if he is off his game, he
could have 2 bad games.
Right. Well, it happened against his Avalanche last year. Hellebuck, normal Hellebuck, they probably win that series. But he wasn't on his game, and they got beat. They got crushed. I think you play a high-octane team like the Avalanche or the Oilers, that's going to be hard. That's going to be really hard. And the playoffs are a different animal. All respect to Winnipeg. I'd love it for the city if they won because they deserve it, those fans. And it's having family that's by there. But I think out of the West that it's hard to say Dallas isn't going to because they loaded up. The only thing that's kind of looked a bit off is Rantanen hasn't looked amazing there, but that's still such a good hockey team, and we love Otter.
Yep.
He always shows up when it matters, and honestly, DeSmith's been really good as a backup. But I'm going to make so many people proud and happy because how could I not say Edmonton? I mean, come on. Not just because they're your team and my family loves Oilers, but Draisaitl's been on another level. McDavid having a bad year is still going to get over 100 points. Should he play any more games this season? All 4 lines are really good. Defensively, I feel like they have some work they can do, but I really think that when it matters, they're going to show up. And we've seen playoff Stu Skinner come in there and perform. I really think that he's going to come back from this injury and be good. The Oilers are just offensive juggernaut, and that's what it takes from them is they can score. And I have them coming out of the West. Now, the team I have them beating to get there, also a wild card because we don't know exactly what the format's going to look like, but this is saying the format lines up. I think that the Western Conference Finals is going to be an old-fashioned battle of Alberta.
Calgary and Edmonton?
You know what?
Really?
Dustin Wolf has been the story for that team.
Yeah, he has been.
He is going to be in Calder consideration. He arguably could win it.
He should be, definitely.
If the Flames make the playoffs. That team plays so hard, and it's so freaking tough to beat them and get anything going against them, and you go into that crappy old cemented barn and the Saddle Dome, and those fans are loud there, and they love their Flames, and it would just be great for the sport if we had a battle of Alberta. They're beating the crap out of each other. You've got 3 or 4 fights a game.
Yep.
That's what this game needs, and I think that the Edmonton Oilers and Calgary Flames are going to play in the Western Conference.
Wow, that's a bold statement.
What do you feel about that?
I'll take a battle of Alberta in the Western Conference Final any day.
I think the only team that's going to be a concern to that is Dallas. I mean, I would love if the Oilers and Stars played again against each other, but there's just so many good teams in the NHL. Even the Blues.
Okay. So, who would be your team that could be the scary team that could? Oh my God, they're not supposed to do this, and
they're not supposed
to get to the third round.
Toronto.
Maybe.
I mean,
yeah.
Is there any other answer?
Yeah,
because all the other teams in there pretty much have. The Panthers just won a Stanley Cup. The Oilers made it to the Cup final. Bolts just won a couple Stanley Cups.
Dallas has been to the Western Conference Finals a couple of years in a row.
Right? Washington not that long ago won a Stanley Cup. St. Louis just won a Stanley Cup a few years ago. Calgary's made it pretty far in the playoffs before. Who else am I missing from the East? I'm trying to think of. Carolina made it to the conference finals a couple times. The Devils. Not really, but I don't expect much out of the Devils. To be honest, Jack Hughes is out. So, I mean, that's brutal for them.
Hard. That's very hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would have to say the Devils then. Honestly, because I don't have faith in the Leafs to do anything. And that's not hating on the Leafs. It's just their reputation. I don't feel like they changed the right things to make them that gritty team that no one wants to play against.
Yeah.
I think people play against the Leafs and like, oh, goody, we get to play them.
Yep.
Like we're going to get it.
They're not like the 600-pound gorilla.
Yeah. And I think the Devils, Markstrom, if he can play like he can, he's a great goalie. One team, I think out of all of them, honestly, that's going to really fall the most, I think, is the Carolina Hurricanes. They play a hard game. It's hard to get anything going against that team because they pound you as soon as you touch the puck. But, again, I'm just a fan, a novice. I love watching the game. I look at that team. I just don't see what makes them a Stanley Cup champion.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
They're now, no disrespect. Number one, that franchise, storied franchise, their fans are great fans. They support that team. Brendan Moore's an amazing coach. They've got great players, but I just don't see them being that Stanley Cup team. They don't have that main X factor that a lot of these teams have. I could go down the list. Every team basically besides them has that X factor. You go McDavid, McKinnon, you go I don't know, for Dallas, Robertson, Hintz, how many of those guys have they got like that? Kucherov for Tampa Bay, Dustin Wolf is Calgary's ex-guy. Same with Winnipeg. They got Hellebuck and Ovechkin with Washington. Even Heischer with the Devils. If Jack Hughes were in there, it would be Jack Hughes. I look at the Canes and I'm like, who is their X factor? I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
They've got a ton of great players like, Jarvis, Aho, even Slavin, great defensive player, best defensive player in the league, in my opinion. But I don't see that X factor that makes the difference. And that's what every team needs, is that X factor. Now, I could be wrong. That's what makes the sport so beautiful. I don't want to be wrong. Well, I wouldn't care if I'm wrong, but that's what I think.
Yeah.
Now, what's your team that's going to shit the bed?
Okay, I think my team that's going to crap the bed is
going
to be the Toronto Maple Leafs. Of course, I think are going to crap the bed, and I think the team. It's just because that's Toronto. There's a stigma behind that organization that they cannot. They
black
look
magic.
Great in the. It's like Minnesota, the Wild.
Yeah, they start every season off super good.
Great in the regular season. And then they just completely fall apart. If you look at that Boston series last year, and Austin Matthews, how many games did he miss for undisclosed, sickness? That's like you're in a game 7 situation, game 6, game 7 situation. You're fighting for your playoff lives. You're going to go out there and like do a Michael Jordan flu game.
Who do you think is Toronto's X factor though? If they do something, if they do something, who is that X factor?
Mitch Marner.
Agreed.
Yeah, Mitch Marner is like, I watched him closely in the Four Nations.
He is a great player.
If he's if he gets on his game and he gets on a roll, that guy is hard to stop.
I would like to see him elsewhere after this season because I think he has a lot of potential that's not unwrapped yet. Now, because we have about 5 minutes left and we've kind of gone over what we think. The brackets will be more set up in a couple weeks because there'll be a few days off between the end of the regular season and the playoffs. But playoffs aside, this could include a playoff team. Who has been your most disappointing team this season since we're basically in the last corner?
Oh, Nashville Predators.
Okay.
For me, it's Nashville's been, after all the money they spent in the offseason, that's been probably the most disappointing team because they never got good. They never got good.
I think they were one of the only teams besides, San Jose, Chicago.
Oh, San Jose.
Well, but I mean, in the bottom that didn't have, at least wasn't in a playoff spot.
Yeah, like it seems like Chicago and San Jose are building. You expect them to be in the bottom.
I will say the Sharks have been a fun team.
Yeah.
Now you know who mine is?
Who?
The Boston Bruins.
Yeah, they have.
You know what? They had so much going for them, and they blew it. I mean, it seems like up to this point they made the wrong decision in getting rid of Linus Ullmark and keeping Swayman. I mean, I'm no dig to him either, but that was such a great tandem, and for whatever reason they broke it up. They got rid of Marchand, and I'm hoping he doesn't go back there because they threw him like he was nothing.
Yeah.
Pasternak's there, and he might want to go somewhere else because he wants to win a cup, and he's been there for so long.
Mm-hmm.
This was their last chance, and they blew it.
Yep.
Bad. And now the Boston Bruins, in my opinion, are going to be an awful team for a while because Don Sweeney didn't build them very well, and he didn't anticipate any of this kind of stuff happening, made the wrong moves. Boston's going to be, I don't think, very good for a while.
No.
But that's been tough.
Yeah, they're not the whether they win.
They weren't the big bad Bruins like they used to be.
No, and I totally agree with you. I think Boston has been one of the more.
I could say Vancouver too, but
yeah, well, Vancouver. They've been in that position. It was okay. I hate to say it. I love Rick Tocchet as a coach. I met him and known him when I lived in Phoenix, and he was out there.
That was a move.
He's a great guy, but it was a one and done deal last year for Vancouver. It was just like
there's just too much, I think, going on there.
Yeah, there's too many cancers in that locker room that they.
Yeah, I really think if you look at any of the teams, Vancouver's probably in a lot of people's lists where they don't want to go.
Yeah, so it's going to be funny if things work out. Okay, there's 7 Canadian teams.
Yeah, no, all of them would be in technic, maybe.
6.
Six
could. That's the first time in I can't tell you how many years.
Because how many? It's been forever since Ottawa and Montreal.
Yeah, so like the 6 Canadian teams will make the playoffs if Calgary can bump out either. I think
Montreal
it's going to.
Montreal's got to stay in where they're at.
So it's like, but they're in contention.
I think Calgary will make it.
Calgary's going to have to just rely on Minnesota.
They got to win a lot of games.
Yeah. But that's, this is
Boy, it's good to be back.
Yeah, it's great to be back. Thank you very much, everybody, for having patience with us. We're gonna kick this thing into high gear when the playoffs go. But
who's ready for some playoff?
You
ready to be turning on your TV at 6 o'clock and flipping between 4 games?
Yeah, it's like
there's so many games going on.
It's going to be like all over the place.
I am ready. It's going to be our March Madness. Forget March basketball.
It's going to be for like 2 months.
Yeah.
So we'll be back on Tuesday with everything pending. Everything should be good. We'll have another show. As we get closer to the playoffs, we'll have a better idea of how we're going to do playoff coverage. And you can get this podcast on the Best Boy Center Race Podcast YouTube channel tomorrow on the Refocused Radio Network. You can also get it on Spreaker. We're going to continue to do, now he gives me my papers back. We're going to continue to do our post games for Pittsburgh and Edmonton on TikTok. And we just, this has been a dream of mine, I know, for a long time to do a podcast with this guy. And, I've said it before and I've said it for years. He's probably the best hockey analyst I've heard and seen the best. And I think this guy is the best hockey analyst because unlike me, he doesn't have his papers.
Yeah,
it's all in his head. He doesn't even go to his phone and do anything. It's all right in there.
The encyclopedia.
So we really appreciate everybody who joined us. We had a bunch of people joining us today.
Yep.
We'll be back next Tuesday. And in the meantime,
I'll let you say it this time.
In between time, everybody have a great hockey night.
I didn't give you crap this time for it.
Yeah, I've got a one-time reprieve.
You did. Now we're back to regular programming next week with me being on.
Yeah.
The journey of the cross is the penitent path. I want you to say this with me. The penitent path crosses over rivers of remorse, rivers of regret. On the capital W way, with capital W wisdom, and the capital W word made flesh. That is the journey of the cross. We are here this day, this new day in April, walking on the path with Christ, the The path with Christ that teaches us how we are to be in community. Turn with me to the gospel reading for today. The gospel reading can be found in Luke, chapter 15. I love that Jesus always communicates in a rolling narrative of parables. They connect one another. And I'm sure you've read this parable, heard this parable before, maybe seen it even on TV, on the web. It is the parable of the prodigal son. But before we dive into the beginning scripture, verse 11, let's go to the scripture right before it, because Jesus gives us a setup for this scripture. Jesus says in verse 10, I tell you, there is rejoicing. I tell you, there is rejoicing in the presence of the angels of God over one, listen to me, over one sinner who repents. What is the message that we are communicating this 2025? We're saying, let's dive into the divine word of God via the principle of psalm, and now we're here via the principle of penitence. And the penitence path crosses over rivers, regret, remorse, with the way, with wisdom, and with the Word made flesh. That is the journey of the cross. Now here, in Luke 15, beginning in verse 11, we have the narrative of the prodigal son. And we see his father in the very beginning, and his father decides to divide up the inheritance and give it to his children early. And one of the sons remains with his father, while the other son decides, I'm going to go take my inheritance and live it up. Literally. He goes out and wines and dines and lives it up in community with all of these other people until he's down to his last dime, literally. And then down to nothing. And when he has no more left, he decides to hire himself out. He goes to hire himself out in this community that he's not familiar with. And he's hired to feed the pigs. So this young man goes from wealthy to the poorest of the poor without anything to eat, and he's wanting to literally go and hang out with the pigs and eat what they are eating. And then he realizes that at his father's house, even the servants have it better off than he does. Even the pigs in the trough who are eating their fill have it better off than he does. And then something happens. You see, because the penitent path that God calls us to as we journey on the path to the cross, the penitent path crosses over rivers of remorse, rivers of regret. And here we have this young man who regrets that he left his father's household. And it says, literally, he came to his senses. It says he came to his senses. And in coming to his senses and coming to recognition who he was, who his father's home was, he realizes that he has sinned. He comes into his mind and realizes he's sinned against heaven and against his father. He came to his senses. The penitent path is a path that crosses over rivers, regret, remorse, and lands on the way, capital W. And we know who is the way. And wisdom. He came to his senses because it was the wisdom of God in him, capital W. The Holy Spirit filling him with wisdom. He came to his senses on this penitent path. And of course, the journey of the cross on that penitent path is the Word made flesh. And so he decides to go back to his father and ask to be a servant. And I can imagine he's walking, right? And when he left, he was walking all high and mighty because he had all this money, right? But as he's coming back, his walk is a little more penitent because his head is bowed down. He's walking on this path, this penitent path where he's come to his senses. Because he sinned against his father and against heaven. And I love what the word says. I love what Jesus in this parable tells us. Jesus says his father saw him from a way off. And he knew exactly who he was. I tell you, children of God, people in community, your God knows who you are. The way knows you. Wisdom knows you. The Word made flesh knows who you are. Braylon, the Word knows who you are. Tiffany, the Word knows who you are. Dante, Deborah, Doris, the Word knows you. Marie knows you. Sophia, and will recognize you from afar off. What is the penitent path? It is the path of regret and remorse, and recognizing is the how. Recognizing what you are doing, and then speaking that truth. His father runs to him, arms wide open, and he gives him this barrel of a hug. And of course, the young man is not expecting that because he's regret and remorse, this river that's flowing in him, and he has to speak out that in recognition, God, in speaking out that in recognition, Father, in speaking out in recognition, I have sinned against you. I have sinned against heaven, and I have sinned against you, Father, and I just come back here. I just come back here to be your servant. And this is God, is what Jesus is telling us. This is how God would treat us when we come back in a penitent manner. When we come back saying, we recognize our sins to you, God, and we recognize we've sinned against you in heaven and earth. And his Father says, no way! I'm so happy to see you! Go get the fattened calf, get a robe, and put a ring on his fingers. My son is back! My child is back! My daughter is back! She recognizes who she are, she regrets it, and she recognizes me as a parent, and she is back, he is back, they are back. And I will recognize them as who they are. You are a child of God. And when you come back on the path of repentance, when you journey on the path to the cross, it's a journey that takes you into the open arms of God. Are you ready to be penitent? The journey of the cross. The journey of the cross is the penitent path. The penitent path crosses over rivers of remorse, rivers of regret. The penitent path is the way, the Word made flesh, and in wisdom when we come to our senses and recognize and speak out our sins against God, against God's lovely creation, against one another, God will open up and give us a barrel of a hug. Are you willing to be on the journey of the cross? I remember when I was interning and I was working with the children's Bible study. We were doing some work and I was speaking about penitence. And one of the girls raised her hand and wanted to give an example of penitence in community. She said she had done something very wrong to someone. She had verbally gave them a smack across the face, literally. And immediately she felt regret. Immediately she felt remorse. And what I love about young people is that immediately she asked for forgiveness. She said, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I did not mean to do that. Can you forgive me? The penitent path works both ways. What she was so put back by, this young girl who had verbally abused another young woman, she said that the girl she abused immediately forgave her. Open arms, barrel hug. And she said, I learned penitence that day. Penitence in community as they celebrated with joy their relationship. The journey of the cross is the penitent path. The penitent path crosses over rivers of regret, rivers of remorse, on the way in wisdom with the Word made flesh. I'll never forget the time I was working at this amazing company. Amazing. I was a contractor though. And all of the contractors were placed into this conference room. The buildings were huge. There were several big pods to the building. And this one huge pod was just conference rooms. There was nothing else. And we were all in this big conference room, and one by one, this one person made it really painful for each contractor to stay. In fact, she one by one got rid of them until I was the only one left. I would go in every day to this big conference room in this big, huge building by myself and work. And I treated her every day the way I wanted to be treated, and every day she treated me terribly. But I remained, and I remained, and I remained, and I remained. And then a couple years after, I was still with that company, but working in another building in a totally different city. And when she came to work in that same building, she came to me. She came to me and said, "I treated you badly." And I'm like, "Yes, you did." She asked if I could ever forgive her. And I said, "Of course." And I opened my arms, and we had a barrel hug, and we celebrated. And the beautiful thing about that relationship, it is still a relationship today. We still celebrate together. The penitent path works both ways. Many times we are the person who is regretting what they've said, regretting what they've done, in remorse. We need to recognize and speak out immediately, like that young girl, speak out immediately our regrets and our remorse. And when we are spoken to with a regret and a remorse, we are asked to forgive. We are to immediately forgive, no matter how difficult that can be. That's because the journey of the cross is not an easy journey. The journey of the cross is the penitent path. And that penitent path crosses over rivers of regret, rivers of remorse. In community with the way, you can bury that cross. With community in wisdom, when you come to your senses. And in community with the Word made flesh, you can journey. You can journey to the cross. What is the penitent path? It is the path that recognizes regret and remorse. How do we live that penitent path on the journey with way, wisdom, and word to the cross? We are to recognize and immediately speak out. Why? Why do we do this? So that we can celebrate in community. What was the very first thing that Jesus said to us in verse 10, Luke chapter 15? That when one sinner repents, when we repent, one sinner, the entire community of God's angels rejoices. And when we repent with one another, we can rejoice in community. God is with us in community. And it is God who comes to us as parent when we repent of our sins and gives us that barrel hug, robes us in fine linen, puts the rings on our fingers, and says, get out the fattened calf. For my child, that's you, that's me, my child has returned. They were dead. They were dead. And now they live. They were lost. And now they are found. May the peace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you always. Please take a moment and share that peace.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. This is the Fight Insight Podcast. I'm Timmy B, host and founder, and this is my friend, UFC veteran co-host, Brian Bam Bam Barberina.
Let's go, Timmy B, hit it!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Fight Insight Podcast.
Here we are, Bam Bam. I am very excited for this one, man. This is when I've been getting into fights with people online for like over a week, gathering all their stupid questions and stupid ideas, and we're going to hear and we're going to deal with this because now we have an expert at play, Daniel Chung. He's an experienced trial attorney, a former prosecutor, and a former candidate for Santa Clara County District Attorney. That's where the Cain Velasquez case occurred. For nearly a decade, Daniel worked in criminal prosecution, focusing on the prosecution of violent crimes in both Silicon Valley and New York City. He's currently a senior associate at a large law firm, handles various kinds of civil litigation. He has an AB from Harvard, a JD from Columbia, and is a native of the San Francisco Bay Area. Bam Bam, please welcome to the show, Daniel Chung.
Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
What's going on? Daniel Chung, thank you so much for joining again.
Second time.
I'm happy to be here this time.
Yeah. Now, just so that the fans know, Daniel Chung really wanted to punch the screen like Bam Bam does. So, Daniel, let's go. Give me a hit it and punch that screen.
Yes.
Look at that.
Yes.
The strong fist of justice. Daniel Chung, man, thank you so much for coming back, because for those that don't know, and I'll put it at the end of the show, you came on when Cain had pleaded no contest because there was so much confusion over what that meant. And so you really helped clarify, and I had so many people saying that you were so great on the show. So I was so happy that you're back. Just to recap that, when he pleaded no contest, this is not one of our official questions, but when he pleaded no contest, was there any possibility he gets zero time?
I don't think so. The law is pretty specific. Even with, a very basic felony conviction, the judge would have had restricted options. He could put him on probation or choose the lower term, the midterm, the high term. But there's some level of limitations on judges.
Okay, because that's what people were saying. They're like, he should serve no time. He should get nothing. And then I'm like, well, he pleaded no contest. Like, he didn't plead innocent. So that's kind of out of there, right?
Yeah, I mean, 99.99% chance. There's no way that he would have gotten nothing. I mean, that would be ridiculous. Even like normal DUIs still get something.
Yeah.
Some guy steals $600 of chocolate bars and Pokemon cards, and he's got more time than King.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get right to it. So what has happened, Bam Bam? You and I were scouring the internet, we're engaging with people in discussion, and we've come up with like some of the major talking points that people are saying when they're online. And of course, Daniel, most people know zero facts of the case. They just read a headline and then they comment, and then I get so triggered that I start arguing with them online. First question, and this came out big time because this man is a big supporter of the UFC, big supporter of the fight community. So the question was, why doesn't Donald Trump pardon Cain Velasquez?
Well, first of all, let me thank you again for having me on the show. Everything that I say is my personal opinion. I got to be very careful because I'm a lawyer.
Okay.
Nothing should be considered legal advice, but happy to give my personal opinion about all of these matters. So the main reason Trump can't pardon Cain is that this is not a federal offense currently. He was charged with a state offense in the state of California. He was prosecuted in California in the county of Santa Clara by a county DA's office, and he stands convicted of a crime in the state of California. So as much as Trump would like to pardon him, maybe, I don't know, he currently doesn't have the legal authority to do so because in the United States of America, we have a dual system of government, a federal system of government, one in which, there are federal prosecutors and federal laws and federal executives. And then there are 50 different states with their own prosecutors, own laws, and own way of governing. And so they're considered sovereigns, two levels of sovereignty in the United States. And currently, Cain only stands convicted as a California felon. So only the California governor could potentially have the legal authority to do anything about Cain Velasquez's conviction. Now, I will give you a caveat that, with President Trump, anything is possible. I know that even as recently as, the past few days and weeks, he's been talking about serving a third term as president. And under the current constitution, he can't do that. But he is thinking about clever ways to get around certain restrictions. So I would never say never with President Trump. He doesn't have the current legal authority to do it, but I'm not sure that means he won't try.
Yeah.
Sure. And I mean, the thing is too, he could always influence, right? Like he could always suggest it strongly. Right. Before we get to the second question, I just want to follow up on that though. Why did you say at this time it's not a federal? Could it get there?
Well, technically, both systems could potentially charge Cain. There are a variety of federal offenses available. And if the federal prosecutor's office in the Northern District of California did want to charge Cain, I'm sure if they looked long and hard enough in the federal code, they could potentially find something to charge him with, whether it's something firearms related or something related to his attempt to murder people. In the United States, our codes are so vast and there are so many different offenses that you can creatively charge people with that in theory, there is a possibility that there could be federal charges, but realistically, that's not happening. I think we're pretty much done in terms of whatever Cain committed, in 2022. I would be shocked if the federal prosecutor suddenly brought charges against Cain.
3 years later, mind you. What is the statute of limitations on something like that, though? Just because
it depends on the specific law that's being invoked.
Oh, okay.
So, for example, in California. Yeah, so in California, generally, misdemeanors have about 1 year statute of limitations, and felonies generally have 3 years limitation. However, for certain types of more serious offenses, there might not be a statute of limitations. Like murder could probably be charged almost at any time, as long as we find the person eventually. So it varies by code, by offense, by jurisdiction. So it's very specific to the facts and charges.
Okay. So you did mention if someone was going to pardon him, it would be like the California governor. So I guess we'll move on to question number 2, and that is, what do you think the chances are that he does get a pardon from the California governor?
I think currently it's unlikely. However, I have seen that Governor Newsom, the current governor of California, is doing a lot of pivoting these days. And I think part of his pivoting is because he still strongly desires to run for president of the United States, even after his governorship is over in a couple years. I think he wants to stay relevant in the background, and he has a lot of higher office aspirations still. And so recently I have seen him kind of trying to change up his reputation a little bit and reach across the aisle and be willing to sit down with conservatives, moderates, and kind of moderate his position. So I don't think there's enough political pressure on Governor Newsom currently to do anything about Cain Velasquez. But for example, if President Trump said, I'm going to withhold federal funding to the state of California unless you do X, Y, and Z, he may consider it. I mean, at this point, the world is so interesting, and anything is possible. And there's so many different executive orders flying left and right that politicians and lawmakers are having a hard time keeping track of everything right now. So I don't think there's enough current political pressure on Governor Newsom to do that.
Okay.
But if you do something only when there's political pressure, then we see through it. You know what I mean? Isn't it better? Like, if he is going to do it, and here's the thing too, Governor Newsom,
do it on his own.
Do it on your own.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing too, man. Trump walks out into the UFC stadiums, huge roar of applause, the Joe Rogan podcast, the whatever, right? Everywhere that's supporting him. If you're a politician, you got to know this is a pretty strong crowd.
Yeah.
And if you do something like that now, that may pay dividends later.
Yeah.
So I don't know anything. I'm a Canadian. I have no interest in this. We're not the 51st state yet, Daniel, but
not yet.
Yeah. but if he does it now, right down the road, he'd be able to say, hey, look, this is what I did for one of your own. And whether he does it or not, I don't know. So, okay. But he can do that at any time. I guess another parlay onto that question, he got the sentence of 5 years, but then it said it was reduced. You and I talked briefly behind the scenes over what the hell does that mean? Is that good behavior and stuff? Can you explain how the reduction occurs?
Yeah. So just because you get sentenced to a specific number in California doesn't mean that you serve that actual number, literally. So even if you're sentenced to, let's say, 10 years in prison in California, you may serve a vastly different number than 10 years. So for his particular case, because he's convicted of a violent felony, those usually have the most restrictions on the types of credits that you can get and the number of credits that you can get. So under California law, under the penal code, generally there's a 15% cap on credits that he can accumulate for a violent felony. So if you want to kind of use easy numbers, maybe if he serves 85 days in actual custody, then he can add on 15 days of credit to get 100 days in total, right? Just using some very easy numbers to work with. The issue is that it doesn't just stop there with the credit calculations. Credits get very complicated because once that individual is sent to, let's say, prison, the prison facility here in California, it's called CDCR, they get to create their own rules and regulations to offer credits to their prisoners as well. And
above that 15% cap.
Yeah. So I'm
doing the math as you're saying this. So.
Yeah. So in actuality, so I know that Cain got a little over 1,200 days time served. So which amounts to about 3.5 years. And so in theory, he would owe 1.5 years in custody, right? 1.5 years more to add up to 5 years. However, once he gets sent to his prison facility, they can offer more generous credits. And I believe under the current standards in CDCR, it might get up to 33.3% for him. So for every 2 days that he serves in custody, he might get a day of credit. There's a lot of variations that can happen in prison because, especially in California, there are wildfires. And so many times prisoners serve as firefighters as well. And because firefighting is a very dangerous activity, and obviously we want to reward people who are willing to step up, even when they're incarcerated, who want to serve their communities, fight fires, put themselves on the front lines. People who serve in firefighting capacities can sometimes get even more credits. So this becomes kind of a complicated math exercise because until he goes to his prison facility, and we'll see what his behavior is like there and what he decides to engage in or not engage in, it's very difficult to say exactly like, this is exactly the amount of time that he's going to serve. I think what's going to end up happening is that if he still owes 1.5 years actual time, I think he's going to serve about 2/3 of that. So about a year.
Okay.
I will disagree with you, Daniel Chung. I've been doing the math as you were doing it, and I am calculating, assuming he reaches max 15%, max 33.33% on top of that.
Yeah.
Without any fireman duties.
Uh-huh.
I have him serving 234.28375 days.
Well, that's even less.
Yeah.
And you know what?
234 days. That's what I'm saying.
I would not be surprised if he served less than a year. I'm just giving you kind of an easy number to work with. Like 2/3 of a year and a half is about a year. I think that's probably the striking range where he's going to serve.
Okay.
But as a prosecutor, I hear about people getting out all the time. Super fast, super easy. And I'm like, how did you even get out already?
Yeah.
Daniel just put him behind bars. What the hell? Okay, so I'm saying, so then again with my math, it comes out to 7.809 months where, he goes in March, 7 more months. That's 10, that's around October-ish. No. Yeah. Around October-ish. I'm saying he's home before Christmas.
I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Now, okay. Good news. I mean, that truly is good news if you're on the side of Cain Velasquez, if you're on the side of justice, which, the predominant majority of people, I think there was a big confusion over whether he's guilty. I didn't like that, Daniel. A lot of posts from, dumber MMA organizations are like, Cain found guilty 5 years. He's not guilty, right? No contest. That's not guilty.
Well, I think we had this discussion briefly last time, but no contest is considered a guilty plea by the court. So I guess there's a distinction that needs to be made. When Cain entered his plea of no contest, he was putting up his hands and saying, I'm not fighting this anymore. I'm not going to affirmatively admit my guilt, but you can treat me just as if I had admitted guilt and sentence me to prison, sentence me to jail, whatever you want to do with me, as if I am guilty. So when the court accepts that plea and now considers all of the sentencing factors, they view him as guilty, right? Under the eyes of the law, he is guilty.
But semantics, he's not guilty. Like, I get that you're sentenced as if you're guilty, but I've never said I'm guilty. No judge has ever said I'm guilty, and no jury.
Do they take in consideration that he came out and chose to say that instead of saying like I'm not guilty or guilty?
So in Santa Clara County, the norm is that most defendants get to plead no contest rather than guilty. So this was one of the shocking elements for me when I came from New York City, where I initially served as a prosecutor, and came over here. I was like, why is no one pleading guilty? Why is everyone doing this like no contest, like bull crap? What is that?
Yeah.
And what I realized is sometimes guilty pleas can have consequences for civil litigation and other things. And so this is kind of a compromise that has been reached in the county that, look, since we're going to be able to sentence you just like you're guilty anyways, we'll let you kind of use this weird no contest plea to, not affirmatively say you're guilty, but we're going to treat you just as you were. In a rap sheet, which is someone's criminal history, it's going to come in as a conviction, right? And to me, if you have a conviction on your record, that is guilty. I mean, maybe you didn't say the magic words that you're guilty, but if you have a criminal history rap sheet and there's a conviction on it, that means you were found guilty one way or another, right? I don't care how that happened, but you were found guilty. And I think the other thing about Kane is that my understanding is that during sentencing, he apologized and took some level of responsibility for his actions. And so I think in some ways he did admit guilt. Maybe not, he didn't say the magical words per se, but I think someone who expresses remorse for their actions is implicitly acknowledging the guiltiness of his conduct.
Yeah. Very well said, Daniel. Thank you, man.
Absolutely.
Okay, this podcast is going to be 3 hours, just so you know. So buckle in, because we're getting good stuff. Bam, bam. This is so cool, right?
Yeah, it is. It's definitely really cool to get the inside perspective and the knowledge that you have and everything on the cases. So
for the last year, Daniel, it's just Bam Bam and I talking our dumb brains off, But this is what we need.
You didn't invite other lawyers onto your show?
No.
Oh.
You're our resident legal expert. Daniel Chung. We're only going to you, my man. Okay, here's something. John Anik, he's a famous UFC commentator, has a podcast, blah blah blah. He made a comment and he says, quote, "What Kane did is what anyone would do." I don't agree with that. I think that sentiment on the light sentence condones vigilante justice. And I worry when people say stuff like that, like, oh, what? And this is everywhere, mind you, not just John Anik, but he did what anyone would do. Daniel Chung, your thoughts on that?
I disagree with that generalization, although I do agree with kind of the spirit of what he is saying, which I think what he is trying to say is that, look, this was a crappy situation for Kane. The allegations against the child molester are as serious as it can get. That is blood. That is family. People have this kind of gut understanding of this type of situation, right? It's heart-wrenching to hear that your child, your family member was hurt in some way, and not just hurt, but sexually, abused in some way. And to hear that offender is now, roaming around the community, is out on bail, has been released. I can understand how a lot of people would be very upset if they were in that position and how they might want to seek some kind of individual justice if they saw kind of a systemic failure occurring. So I understand the sentiment of what he is saying, but I disagree that everybody would have done the same thing. I don't think that's true. I think there are some people who would have exercised a bit more restraint and had more self-control and would have thought about the consequences of their actions more carefully. There are some people who would have done the same thing that Kane would have done, but not everybody. I don't think that's fair to say.
Right.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think people, as you said, you feel the emotion, like what he was going towards, but I don't think people would ultimately. I think they imagine they would do the same thing, and then ultimately view the consequences of what that action may be. And you're right. There are people that would do it, but ultimately knowing that their actions would have consequences as well too, and have to, deal with that. So I get it. Definitely as a father, I have the feeling too that something like that, obviously you want to be able to protect your kids and, wreak havoc on people that do something terrible like that. But ultimately too, there's a justice system for a reason. And it's a terrible thing. But yeah, I mean, I get what he's saying, but also too, I don't agree that everybody's going to do it.
Yeah. No, definitely. I think it is crazy. I think it's just difficult when I hear people say things like that. I'm like, wait, are you condoning vigilante justice? Because this scenario, although as horrible and horrible as it is, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
And so, I like the 5 years it's so weird, Daniel, because to some people it's like, whoa, that's a really good number, right? That's very low. Like a
Yeah,
lot of,
yeah.
you were on the show and you had predicted single digits. I had a lawyer previous to you. He's passed away, a great man, Daniel Martinez. Oh, both of you are Daniel. Now that I'm just thinking of that. Daniel Martinez, great guy. He had predicted 7 was his number that he had thought. But it's weird when it went online, everybody, blowing up. Either people were thinking, that's really good, man. That's a good number that he got. That's not too much, blah, blah. And then other people going, that's way too high.
Yeah. Yeah.
But when you think about it in terms of like a low number, it's like, well, wait, does that now embolden people to go, wait, so if something bad happens, I'm going to go take the law into my own hands. I'm going to go do that. And that's definitely not what you want. And I feel like people that have a voice, have a microphone like John Anik, I don't know that you should be saying that, man, because this is not a one-off case. This is not someone going to the moon. This is something that unfortunately happens a lot. And like, you don't want to tell people, yeah, this is what you should do and it's okay to do it.
Right.
I don't know. Strange. Bam Bam.
Yeah. I think, going off what you said too, I think people, if you have a presence and a following, the wrong idea could come across of saying something like that. You hope it doesn't. Obviously, you hope people aren't, like this is what needs to be done every time something like this happens. So, like I said, we have a justice system for a reason. So hopefully people don't take it as that. But moving on to the next question, as Timmy mentioned, people's reaction to the 5 years, you had people saying, "Oh, it's early," that's good, or "Oh, that's why is it so low?" People saying that it's kind of like, "Oh, why is that low?" You're wondering, like, did the justice system fail us? And how do you respond to that? People were saying like, "Oh, it's 5 years. Why is it only 5 years? It should be more."
Yeah, I think I talked with Timmy a bit about this on my last time appearing on this podcast. And I think I have 2 main threads about this. Number one, the American judicial system is currently under significant attack. A lot of judges are getting attacked lately, at least verbally and out in the press, as to, how could you do this decision? We should impeach judges. We should throw them out. We should ignore them. We should not follow their orders. I think we live in a very dangerous time when the judiciary is constantly being questioned and its legitimacy is being undermined. So I don't necessarily want to undermine the credibility and the integrity of the judge who sentenced Cain in this matter. First of all, since I don't know all the facts, right?
Yeah.
He had a full view of the facts with an extensive probation report given to him that had statements from the victim, witnesses, from Cain. He considered a variety of mitigating factors and aggravating factors that he is statutorily required to do. He has context of other cases that he sentenced people to and what other people in similar situations get sentenced to in this county. So I don't want to question the judge per se. I think the other thread that I really wanted to emphasize again with Timmy here is that I think this ultimately was a failure on the DA's office, right? Because I think the DA's office from the very beginning hyped up this case and said, this is like the crime of the century. We need to put him behind bars. We need to send him away from life. We're going to send a message about vigilante justice. This is not acceptable. You need to follow laws. This was a very serious thing that you did. You potentially jeopardized people near schools. You hurt innocent third-party bystanders, et cetera, et cetera. And then for them to give away their most powerful piece of leverage, right, the premeditation element that we were talking about last time, and then just to punt the decision to the judge and say, Judge, you just make the decision, I think was an abdication of their moral and their legal responsibility. Because I think the DA's office should have carefully evaluated this case and come up with a number, a very specific number that they felt represented the culpability of Kane, and pursued it in defense of the people of the state of California and all the victims of this case. I think whenever the DA's office kind of punts to the judiciary, I see it as kind of an act of cowardice, that they don't want to touch hot potatoes. They don't want to get involved in free Kane political, discourse and whatnot. They don't want to make tough decisions. So let's just send it to a judge, and he can deal with the heat. And to me, that's a real abdication of your responsibility. So I think it was a failure in terms of the DA's office. I can't say it was a failure on the part of the judge in this particular situation.
Okay.
So that's so interesting. Yeah. So then you're saying, because obviously when people online are saying the justice system failed, they're saying the sentence is too harsh. Like, I think that's when people are saying that, they're saying justice system failed because it should have been 0. Right. But you're saying it's weird because, okay, so we can't really blame the judge per se, but you think the DA's office should have taken it further, at least let everything play out, and then whatever the sentencing is, fine. Could have ended up the same at the 5 years, but at least let it go through the whole trial.
Yeah, I think the DA's office shouldn't have given up so easily and so quickly. Right. When they had been so public about this case and had made it sound so serious and so significant, and just to give up their cards and be like, we're not going to deal with this no more. Judge, you can deal with it. I think that's a surrender on their part, and they're not doing it.
Is that what happens when you hire a celebrity lawyer? Does that help you though? Because he hired a celebrity lawyer, and I remember at the time going like, "Oh my god, why would you do that? Just hire a good lawyer." Like,
yeah.
Why? But then he made it a spectacle and whatever. Is that maybe why they just go, "Okay, we don't want this"?
Yeah, I mean, in some situations, the political heat's too much. Unfortunately, if there's that much backlash and publicity and eyes on a case, it can affect decision making. And that's kind of sad because prosecutors are supposed to stay neutral, level-headed, objective, try to consider balancing interests, and really look out for the community as a whole, and not take part in political matters like that. But I think when they kind of give in to those kinds of political pressures, it's kind of sad.
All right. I'm going to skip the next question because you've already answered that one. So I'm going to go to this one, Bam, and I'll leave you with the last one. Would things have been different if the trial for the accused, Gillart, had been completed prior to Kane's sentencing?
It could have, but I mean, isn't it astonishing that case is still lingering?
Okay, Daniel, do you want to talk about conspiracy theories? Because I feel like I feel like someone did a little wink to get that to not be tried. How are you an accused of, child sexual assault waiting a trial for over 3 years?
It's very sad. And that
is that normal?
Unfortunately, for many cases, it is a norm. And it's a norm that has to change. And if there is any fault to be placed on kind of the system at large, that is one failure that is tremendous, and that affects everybody so significantly.
But I feel like it's because it benefits Kane if he hadn't had his trial, because if that guy was found to be innocent, Kane would be in way more trouble, right or wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he was found innocent, it certainly wouldn't have favored Kane. It would have been a much more difficult time for Kane. But, you also have to consider the opposite. He may have been found guilty, and that may have reduced Kane's sentence even more, right? Because then in the eyes of the judge, he's not just seeking, his own justice, but the justice was a bit confirmed by even the courts. He was found guilty. He did do something bad. So this conduct now seems even more mitigating, after someone is found guilty of that conduct. So it cuts both ways. And I guess right now we don't know which way it's going to go. but I do think the delay in justice is just incredible. Kane, whose actions were after the underlying offense, has already been convicted, already been sentenced. He might even be out of prison before the other case resolves. I mean, that it's just mind-boggling to me that case can just linger for that long, and Kane goes through all the stages of the criminal justice system and will probably be finished with everything before we have a final answer on that other case. It's just insane.
That's crazy because and just for those that don't know, I believe that man's trial is set for June 2nd. So I mean, at least it's coming up now. But I mean, in my mind though, in my mind, the 5 years was taking into account that the guy was guilty. You know what I mean? Because that's the way it's framed, obviously, is that he's doing this because this guy did this, not convicted guilty. But I feel like in the brains of the people, everybody thinks this guy is guilty. So I'm just saying, I think someone made sure that this trial wasn't done before, because I feel like if he was deemed guilty or no thing, you're gaining that sympathy level, because we're going into this now in the sentencing of 5 years thinking this guy is guilty pretty much. But if you run the risk and that trial happens beforehand and that guy got found innocent, boy, oh babe, that would be brutally bad for Kane. I think that would have increased his sentence, from my zero legal opinion, Daniel. That would have been double digits for sure, man, if that guy was found innocent. And then you'd have the public still siding with Kane, still thinking it's terrible, whatever, still thinking it's justice, but they would be even more furious because he would have had a much harsher sentence.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, we're dealing with hypotheticals, but Kane lucked out. I mean, 5 years is about as low as he could have gotten for attempted murder. He's a very, very lucky man.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Bam. The last one, my friend.
All right. To people listening, everyone listening, the millions of people we have listening to this podcast, because it's such a great podcast, everybody needs to be listening to this. What should they take away from this?
Their voices matter. Your voice matters. And whether you side for him or against him, I think it's important, especially in this current climate that we live in, to stand up for what you believe in, right? And to do it in a civil way, a respectful way that honors the totality of our system, that we live in a society where people can be intensely divided, right? We can disagree on things, but we're still part of one country, one community, that we all care for each other. I think it's especially important for people to really care about our legal system during this time, when so many different layers of our government and our legal system are constantly under attack, that we be vigilant, we think critically. And one thing that's very difficult in this time is withholding judgment and trying to figure out what all the facts are, because there's so much spin out there constantly, people feeding you information, misinformation, half pieces of information, and people really need to do their homework carefully, really think about what sources you're getting information from, how you're digesting it, how you're responding to it. I think all of those things are really important in the age that we live in now.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like definitely doing your homework. Like you said, there are a lot of outlets out there that are feeding, some information, little bits of it, wrong information, and a lot of it just to get bites on their feed. So definitely do your homework.
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy, Daniel. One of the things I've been saying is the problem with social media is not misinformation. It's that it causes you to miss information. It's crazy because, it's so weird. If I just something stupid, if I go on my YouTube on my phone, it knows I like MMA and video games and Disney Lorcana cards, right? It knows that. And so all my videos are like that, right? And it kind of feeds into that. If I go onto my TV browser where I don't log in and I pull up YouTube, it's the most random weird stuff I've ever seen. You know what I mean? And it's like, but I would never see that because your phone knows what you want to see. It knows what you want to engage in. And so when it comes to cases like these, like, the Kane trial and stuff like that, I guarantee you all the MMA fans that are watching or they're listening, they see a very one-sided view of that case, right?
Yeah.
And they will never see the other side. They will never see differing opinions because their phone goes, no, he doesn't like that. Give him this. And that's just so weird. And that's just what happens in the world today, right?
Yeah. But I'm glad like even these kinds of cases are bringing the legal system to people's attention, right? Learning about how the legal system actually works, what's actually going to happen after someone gets convicted and sentenced. So many people have no idea how it actually works. And to the extent that this case brought publicity to the legal system and made people more attentive and interested in that, I think that's a big blessing and a win that Kane may have contributed to.
Yeah. Definitely.
Great way to look at it.
Going back to one of the quick things I want to say, I remember like when OJ went on trial after he was acquitted or charged or whatever the hell happened, then he had the civil trial.
Yes.
Is Kane up for a civil trial even though he pleaded no contest? Will the family members or the person that got shot, will they still sue him now in a civil trial?
Yeah, I believe there are cross lawsuits going on. So I believe Kane had sued the family and
of course
whatever that setting was. But I think they have also countersued probably for the shooting and everything that went on. So this is not the end for Kane. I am sure even amongst the legal things that are going on, there is going to be a part 2 to all of this. And, maybe Kane needs to continue working to pay some of those bills later.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely.
If Newsom pardons him for the sentence, that doesn't pardon him from the civil suit. That's not.
It could be interesting. There are multiple ways in which you can express clemency to a defendant. And so depending on what exactly happens to Kane, whether it's a full, pardon and rehabilitation of all of his rights, or whether he just cuts off the sentence and says, no, you don't need to do any more time. There's just so many different permutations that the governor could take advantage of that it could make a difference later. And so his lack of an affirmative guilty plea, again, may play a role in all of the civil trials.
So this is just the beginning, is what you're saying.
It's just the beginning, yeah.
Yeah.
It's so interesting. Daniel Chung, man, for those that are listening only on audio, of course, you can be found at Chung for Change. That's where you are on Instagram. If people want to see you and see what you're up to, man, dude, we think of lawyers as like these stuffed shirt, people that don't that can't speak very well, or just, they're just bookworms or whatever. But man, you've come on this show like twice, man. I appreciate this so much. What a great dude. Bam Bam, anything that you want to ask him before we're out of here?
I don't really have anything to ask. Just, I was really happy to talk with you, and it's great to be, part of this one since you guys already done one before, and, hear your side of the story and, your opinion, and just hear you talk about it in general. I learned a lot personally just from your answering the questions and stuff. And I thank you again for coming on. It's been great.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much for having me a second time.
Yeah, it's so awesome, man. Daniel Chung, there's something that I ask all the fighters when they come on, or most of our guests when they come on. So I just want to leave you with this one last question. It's a question that my mom used to ask me almost every day of my life while I was growing up. So I want to ask it to you. Daniel Chung, on a scale of 1 to 10, how happy are you?
8 or 9. I'd say pretty happy.
Okay.
Yeah. Things are going pretty well, and I'm learning, I'm growing, I'm doing a lot of things these days. And, never in my life would I have imagined I would be on MMA podcasts talking about criminal convictions and how many credits someone is going to be getting. But I think that's kind of the joy and the pleasure of life, that you never know where things are going to take you. I hope for Kane as well. He takes into consideration all the lessons that he's learned and really comes away being a better person, right? At the end of the day,
Absolutely.
all of this is about making people better, right? We want to believe in a system that can rehabilitate people, make them good members of our community. And hopefully Kane has learned a lot and can give back now to the community in very positive and meaningful ways. And I think if he can do that, then, you know, maybe that's a slice of justice for our community.
Yeah.
Right. Very well said, Daniel. And I think, like guys, Bam Bam had mentioned, and as you had mentioned, he did make some good statements that I think Bam Bam, when they came out, you and I were both saying like, wow, man, that's good. What he's saying now, you know, he was being a real beacon for the community and stuff like that. So he wasn't taking it salty. He wasn't being disgruntled and stuff. He really seems to have been able to self-reflect and at least publicly state the things that I think are very good for people to hear. So yeah. And Daniel, a 9 out of 10, an 8 or a 9 out of 10. That's pretty good in my books, man. Dude, Daniel Chung, thank you so much for joining the podcast once again. I mean, for the sake of the MMA community, I hope we don't see you soon. But the minute one of these thugs messes up again, we're gonna get you back on, my friend, and we'll be able to see you again. And thank you so much, Daniel. All the best to you and to your family.
Yeah, take care.
All right, have a good one. See ya. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was great.
Dude, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This guy's
all
the
the
best.
questions that were out there from people wondering, asking, with, you know, all the in comments and stuff like that. You know, we picked out the majority of the ones that were on there, and you know, all got answered today. And I think it's, you know,
I love that.
Watch the podcast. Yeah, dude, he's such a nice guy. He
Such
seems
a
like
great guy.
great personality. You know,
and here's the thing: I don't think he's an MMA fan, because I mean, like he's saying, like, why
we should have asked him.
I don't think he is, but then that adds to it, right? Because you're getting a guy who was a prosecutor in the Santa Clara County where this all happened, right? Ran for DA, right? This guy is legit in there, and he's giving you a very unbiased, like, hey, real look at this.
His opinion of the whole thing.
Yeah, we did provide him several of the questions this time in advance, only just because, like, the first time I had him on, I was blown away with his answers. I was like, "Whoa, was this like good luck that this guy was so wicked at this?" But now this time, kills it again. But you know, we asked lots of things off the cuff as well.
Yeah, absolutely,
dude. Great dude, man. This guy, honestly, every week I seem to be saying that's the best guest we've ever had. That said, I do want to apologize, Bam Bam. We were supposed to have this man, Max Holzer, on the left side. He is the main event of Octagon 69. There was a scheduling conflict. Totally my fault. Really fricked this up, Bam Bam. And I'm trying to get a hold of him. You know, here's the thing. He's going to go kick ass this weekend at Octagon 69. Guys, please watch that show. Here he is. Here's some cool art. That's him in all his different outfits that he wears to the cage. And I'm going to play a little video here. This is where he is. These are his, what do you call it? A menage? No.
Montage?
Montage? No, not a menage a trois. A montage? Yeah.
Montage.
A menage a trois of his walkouts.
Einen Taler Hohn aus der Ferne erkannt, mit Seiten auf Null.
Awesome.
Dude, that's cool as crap, man.
Okay. Either I read it wrong, or the guy when he's on the Segway, is he supposed to be Paul Blart? Mall Cop?
No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that one is. And again, for those watching on audio, come on over, obviously, to our Instagram or you know, check this out on YouTube, Spotify, Millions, like wherever you're getting this. I don't know. He was dressed in a whole bunch of like what brand is that? Versace, or I don't. What was the There's some sort of brand.
Gucci something. I don't know.
Gucci, yeah, maybe it's Gucci, and he's wearing like a Gucci hat, Gucci bag, Gucci whatever, and he's riding a
Segway.
Yeah, like it's so, and that music is so funny. Yeah, he's a great dude, man. I apologize a million times over to Octagon and Max Holzer. I'm so sorry that we did not get him on. Now, if we can somehow magically get him on, and you know, tomorrow I can talk to him, I will add it to the podcast right at this moment.
Yeah, boom.
Okay. Yeah. But if that doesn't happen, man, shit, I greatly apologize. We'll get him on, and I'm so sorry about that. Look, friends of the podcast update, I'm wearing my FLA t-shirt, Fight League Atlantic, of course, April 12th in the Moncton Coliseum. Guys, you do not want to miss that. Get the pay-per-view, fightleagueatlantic.com. Go check out the pay-per-view, fightleagueatlantic.com. Check out their Instagram page and all that, at Fight League Atlantic. Don't want to miss
another
it, man.
great night of fights.
April 12th. Bam Bam, last time we blew the lights out of the building, had a power outage. This time we're going to blow the roof off. The fights are insane, dude. There are a few real grudge matches in this one, which I love.
Nice.
And there are some very, very big stakes for fighters, man. When you're a amateur fighter and, you know, a gold belt is on the line, man, that's the step to pro. That's what you need to make that mark, man. So that's so much pressure in these guys. Jeez Louise, man. But I will be there commentating. I will be there at the weigh-ins, all that stuff. And I'm so excited to be there, man. This looks like a great card. FightLeagueAtlantic.com, baby.
Oh, get it.
Get it. What else we got? Friends of the podcast, Rageworks Podcast Network. Go check them out, RageWorksPodcastNetwork.com. And of course, we are part of the Sweep the League network as well. Go check them out. We do have a few sponsors that are coming on board. Bam Bam. That's going to be probably in the next week or so. And last week, Leon Harriman.
Yes.
Decision victory.
Congratulations, Liam.
Holy
Big
crap.
things hopefully ahead for him moving forward. You know,
Yeah.
taking some big steps, calling people out and stuff. So
yeah, dude, do your
look
thing, man.
forward to it. Yeah, absolutely.
Do your thing,
Always
man.
tough.
He did it. Went into enemy territory and gets a decision victory. You know how much you have to obviously have won that fight for them to give the away guy in boxing the win? Like, geez Louise. Like that must have been a slaughter. So good for him, man. We will have him back on the podcast, of course, before he gets to his next fight. And next week on the podcast, very excited for this, Bam Bam, because the GFL is now posting. Boom. They've booked their first dates May 24th, May 25th in the Shrine Auditorium, wherever that is, Los Angeles. Okay. I don't know how big this venue is. Obviously, if it's the Shrine Auditorium, I'm thinking it's not huge.
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't sound like a huge.
Sounds like where I might have my wedding. You know what I mean? And I don't have a lot of friends, so I don't know. It doesn't sound like the biggest thing. Shrine Auditorium and Expo Hall. Let's see if I can see anything here. Shrine Auditorium is a landmark. Oh, never mind. Is a landmark large event venue in Los Angeles, California. How many people does it hold? Renovated in 2002.
That's a good sign.
Yeah, like it's not super. Wait, 2002 though. That's not long ago though. I mean, sorry, that is long ago. That's not too recent.
Shrine Auditorium.
Oh, it held the Academy Awards in 2000. It held the BET Awards in 2006 to 2012. Okay, hold on. So this is going to be a big place. People's Choice Awards 2006 to 2000. Okay, Teen Choice Awards, Bam Bam, in 2014.
Okay, the capacity is 6,300.
Oh,
the Shrine Auditorium.
How can the BET Awards only have 6,000 people in there? Miss Universe 2006. I remember that was a good year.
Yeah, 6,300 for the Shrine Auditorium is the largest theaters.
You're just gonna pass by that joke that I can remember the Miss Universe from 2006. Damn it, that was
I don't
funny.
want to smash you on it.
Yeah, you pervert. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. 6,000 people. Oh, anyways. Okay. Next week on the podcast, GFL competitor and former Ultimate Fighter alumni, former UFC fighter, Pani Bonsai Kianzad. She's been drafted in. We're going to see what happens. She's got lots of juice and dirt to tell me. That's what she said. And I'm very excited that it's next week because, look, we're seeing a lot of things now. I'm so happy that now we know the date. I know here's on the screen I'm showing. Here's a bunch of the listed fights that are both on this, the 2 Sundays. I also like that it's on a Sunday, Bam Bam.
Do you?
Sure, because you can't compete with UFC.
I guess.
Don't even come competing against Fight League Atlantic. We will kick your ass, GFL. You know what I'm saying? Go on a Sunday. This is why I like when Invicta goes on Thursdays and stuff. Go on a date where we're not already busy. Put your product out there.
Well, they have the Saturday and the Sunday, so whatever they don't get on the Saturday.
Wait, what?
They have Saturday and Sunday. May 24th, Saturday. May 25th,
Oh, never
Sunday.
mind. Stupid move, dummies.
Well, I think that's a good move because then you get, you got some on Saturday and then whatever you don't get there, people still want to see some fights. Let's go on Sunday.
Okay, fine. The only thing I'll say is that it's at 4:30 Eastern. That's 1:30 Pacific. So it's before the UFC.
The Saturday
fight,
ones?
Yeah, they were 4:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
So look, smart move there on their part there
Fine.
too, avoiding that also.
Maybe it's just cheaper to book the venue and set it up once for 2 shows, right? Honestly,
yeah.
I got stuff though. I got stuff I need to complain about with Penny because A, Penny's name is not on here, and B, Bam Bam. When you look at this on the Saturday and Sunday, I'm assuming that's the main card. Although that's a lot of fights for a main card. There's 6 fights on the one for the Saturday and 7 for the other. They better have an undercard, okay? Also, those are all big names, man.
What do they not? How do they have an undercard though? Because the only people drafted were if they had an undercard.
When you go back and you look, there's a good mix of super well-known fighters and then lesser well-known fighters. I'm not saying unknowns because everybody's got a good name. What they're showing is the Gustafsons, you know what I mean? Like the big names. None of the medium popular are on there.
What they
Where
need
the
to do,
hell are
if
they?
If they don't have an undercard, what they need to do is they need to slide some of those in there, or actually have more fights than just 6.
But this is what I'm saying. So,
Pani
Kianzad, I'm so excited. I've spoken to her on millions.com before, millions.co before, where we did an interview, and she's freaking great, man. She's a great person, great interview. So I'm very excited for that for next week. Bam Bam, anything else that we needed to talk about today? I don't think so. We've gone through so much, man.
Well, I did a podcast recently called out Tinfoil Mike.
How dare you, you son of a bitch.
I'll throw that out there. I'll call him out on here too. Old tinfoil,
yeah, of course, dude.
Old Tinfoil Mike, come on. Let's get this worked out. Let's throw
All
some hands in there. You're always looking. I saw your little dirty boxing. Congratulations on that. But I saw you on there like, oh, is this guy going to call me out? I'm calling you out. Let's do it. We can do a dirty boxing, BKFC, MMA, whatever, the kickboxing, fucking whatever.
Beach jiu-jitsu?
Beach jiu-jitsu? We got grappling match with
what's
beach
happening?
jiu-jitsu. No.
Wait, what's happening? So you're on what podcast? Tinfoil?
No, Tinfoil Mike is the guy I'm calling out.
Who's Tinfoil Mike?
Tinfoil Mike Perry.
I thought you said you were on a podcast.
I was on a podcast, so I called out Tinfoil Mike Perry.
Oh, okay. I thought you said I was on a podcast called Tinfoil Mike. And I was like, wait,
this whole time the whole call out. There we go.
God damn it. Okay, re-edit. Okay, go. What? Say it again?
Yeah. I was on a podcast over the last week.
Okay.
Whatever. Just called
What's
out.
the name of the podcast, though? Let's give them a shout out.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Oh, no.
Hold on. Pause. Reset.
Again.
God damn it.
Redo.
Gosh, what the hell?
We are very professional.
All right. Combat Sports Today podcast. I was on there last week. Called out Tinfoil Mike Perry.
Okay.
Fucking throwdown. You know, he had his first showing of the
Dirty Boxing.
Dirty Boxing. You know, I watched it. Some okay fights on there, some decent fights. But you know, he's on the mic or whatever, talking stuff, and he's like, "Oh, is this guy gonna call me out?" I think this guy might. He did get called out by somebody.
Yeah,
but
Monster Uli Monster Diaz, a former BKFC fighter. He brought him into the ring. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but really, I'm the fight it needs to be making. I mean, legit, and I can tell you, fans want it too. They want to see carnage. They want to see damage, and I'll crumble old Tinfoil Mike.
Why are we calling him Tinfoil Mike?
Instead of Platinum. Come on, what are you talking about? It's right there. The layup, fucking Tinfoil Mike. He's gonna get crumbled. Okay. Okay, that obviously you didn't.
No,
get that.
okay, I get it.
Jeez.
Yeah, I got it. I thought
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is like
yeah.
into conspiracy theories or something, like tinfoil
Oh,
hat or something.
jeez.
Oh, okay,
I mean,
okay.
I guess
got
you
it,
could go
got it.
right along with it. That's how he got the tinfoil name, I guess.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. All right.
yeah. Anytime. Let's go, Mike.
Fucking Mike Perry.
That's what the people want to see, though.
He needs a good name to fight. See, now I got something in my eye and I'm dying.
He needs a good name. I'm a name.
Look, yeah,
I've fought. Good
and
striker.
he needs someone. Yeah, and he needs someone who's going to do the dance. You know,
The fucking dance. I'll be right in his fucking face the whole time.
but this is what I'm saying, right? You need someone who's going to be there, who's going to be able to take it, who's going to be able to punch it. Like someone who's gone to wars, someone who's there, man. That's you.
Yeah.
Frick. So what's up? Is Mike Perry responding?
He had a little to say, little to nothing to say.
What a loser, right? God
Yeah.
damn it. To be honest, I do think he seems like a pretty cool guy when I've listened to him on shows and stuff like that. Like, you know,
Yeah,
I don't know where he's gone now. I don't know like whether things have gotten to his head or blah blah blah. Like, I don't know where he's at now. But he seems like a pretty cool dude. You know, he is a family man, got his wife and 2 kids.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
goddamn, sack up.
No disrespect in that. Like, good
Yeah.
on you, man. And you've done some good things. But I do think this is the fight to make.
Yep. I like it. Cut this shit up. Let's go. We'll cut this, make it a promo.
Got to erase all the other
sharing it
shit.
everywhere.
All the other
Yeah,
shit.
don't worry.
we
That's
fucking
fine.
said.
That's fine. I got it.
And then the whole, why is it tinfoil? I don't get it.
I feel like that's a question that people need to know, man.
No, they would have. I mean, I think
Do you think
you
people
gotta
got
pick
it?
up. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
You know what? To be fair, I forgot his nickname was Platinum. That's why. So I didn't.
Oh, okay. That's what it was.
You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, like I didn't. I was confused. I thought there was a show called Tinfoil Hat. I didn't know what
That's
was
hilarious.
happening. Look,
that is
we've used our brain way too much for the legal stuff. But dude, that was such a fantastic show, man. I really hope people can watch this and understand what the hell's going on, and learn a little bit about this, and just be able to look. You should be able to know about this story and then be able to talk about it with people and have a good discussion.
Yeah.
Rather than online, all you see is free Kane should have had 0. Free Kane. Justice system sucks. Free Kane. Blah blah. Blah, right? Like people are just so like it's like. And then I'm like, are these people just stupid, or do they really believe this? Could you have a discussion about it? Could you explain why you think? You think in a million years some guy driving around shooting bullets near an elementary school should get 0 time? Like,
yeah.
Stupidness.
It's tough. I think, I mean, when he came out and said too, and everything is like, he knows he's going to get time.
I made a mistake. And,
when it settled down, he knew he was going to get time for his actions.
Yeah.
The fact that what he did and stuff too. So, I mean, he knows he was going to get time, after it all and everything, and it all happened. So,
yeah,
I think people. And good for him only getting the 5 years and maybe even less than that. We watch the podcast, you'd know.
Yeah, exactly.
Dan
now
answered
look,
all our questions.
Look, we're gonna get out of here now. If we do add in, or if by the time you're seeing this, I guess if we have added in the Max Holzer podcast, holy shit, this will be a long episode. Yeah. But aside from that, bam, we're out of here, man. I'll put up a few videos that you can click on if you're watching this on YouTube. I'll do the last one that we had with Daniel Chung, and then maybe the other one we had with Daniel Martinez, with the other lawyer that talked about the case. Maybe I'll do both the 2 Cain Velasquez cases because you're interested in that. I'll throw those up there. Good luck to frickin' Max Stifler Holza at Octagon 69.
Good luck, Max.
Yeah.
I want to know. I can't wait to see what you walk out with, costume-wise.
Dude, it's going to be awesome, man. And again, I greatly apologize, Bam Bam. Totally my fault, screwing up on the time. But we're out of here. I'll see you next week.
Bye.
Are you looking for a contracting company that gets the job done right the first time? Look no further than MCS General Contracting. MCS specializes in top quality concrete work, including patios, driveways, foundations, and swimming pools. The team of experts are dedicated to delivering exceptional results and unparalleled customer satisfaction. At MCS General Contracting, they're not just hardworking, they're local. Based in San Antonio, they are committed to building relationships and trust within the community. That's why MCS guarantees your satisfaction. They pride themselves on getting the job done right the first time, every time. So why wait? Contract MCS General Contracting today to schedule your project and experience the difference for yourself. MCS General Contracting, building a better San Antonio, one project at a time. Proud sponsors of Sweep the League.
Some are born with silver spoons in their mouth. I was born without a house in the access of south. In your mouth might get fixed and say some slick shit, but please know we known for fights and clips and shit we slick with. In story time I sound like Slick Rick, but the animals get mad at you, emotions turn tangible, and then I hope your cash can move, or fully automatic getting emptied out and taking half of you. Don't hold your nose.
Exclusive interviews with Rudy and the crew. Let's go.
You are watching Sweep the League TV. Make sure you subscribe and catch our new videos.
Sweep the League TV with Rudy, Derek, and Coach Kia. Let's get back to the live show. You are watching the best in the business.
Hi, I'm Dr. Marianne Pinkston, and I have the podcast, The Better Life with Dr. Pinkston. You can catch me every Saturday as I air a new show. You can follow me on drpbetterlife.com for all of the links and information.
Hey guys, welcome to another episode of Sweep Unplugged. Rudy Compost Jr. coming to you from Sweep the League Network, Sweep the League TV. Hit that subscribe button on our YouTube page. All you got to do is go to YouTube, search Sweep the League TV, hit subscribe. That way you can get all the great content that we provide from the big show, Sweep the League TV, with myself and Derek Gervin, all the way down to Sweep Unplugged, STL 316, the new wrestling podcast that was just launched, STL Music blowing up worldwide. Plus, we got the Best Boys podcast. We got Great in the Market. We just got a whole bunch of stuff on the network that you do not want to miss. Always the biggest thing is Sweep Unplugged. And who do we have today? Well, again, 2025 just started. We are, 23 days, 24 days, maybe a little bit more into the new year. We brought you fitness. We brought you finances. We brought you health as far as the mind, controlling the stress, controlling pressure. Now it's time to let out the frustration as we talk. As you see the title, combat sports, MMA, UFC, everything that we can talk about. We've got a great guest today. Timmy B of Fight Insight podcast is going to kind of chop it up with us today. It's kind of cool because I originally was a fan of MMA from way back then, and I'm gonna age myself here in a little bit with Timmy. And then I kind of took a break, came back a little bit, and I've been on a hiatus forever. So I got to get the update and the lowdown, as the kids call it, the 411 on the new UFC, MMA. There's just a ton going on. You got to pay a main event going on this weekend, a fight card going on this weekend in PFL that I just saw. We're going to talk everything with Timmy B. So let's not waste any time here. Let's welcome him to the stage, to the Sweep the League studios here, and that's Mr. Timmy B of Fight Insight Podcast. How you doing, Timmy?
What's up, brother? How are you? And great to meet you. Great to see you here. That music intro that you had at the beginning, dude. I need someone to cut some music for me like that. I need that. That will up my production value.
Well, we've got a hell of a team. We've got a hell of a team of producers that do wonders. And I'll be honest, without them, I would look like garbage in my studio and stuff would look like garbage. So
yeah,
I'm just lucky to have them, man. But more than so, I'm lucky to have you here on Sweep Unplugged. Thank you for joining us today. And straight into Fight Insight. You've been the host. It's been what, 4 years, going on 4 years. You're bringing interviews on from many guys in the world of combat sports. Talk to us a little bit about Fight Insight Podcast.
Yeah, man. Fight Insight Podcast. It's the best damn MMA podcast that you're not already listening to. I'll tell you that. 4 years I've been doing it. I actually hit my fourth year anniversary. Episode 208 will be next week. I started this during the pandemic when everything shut down. I was training martial arts all the time, helping people train and compete. And then when the pandemic hit, couldn't do anything. So I had a comic book podcast that kind of like I would help out on. I see you got comics in the background, and I've got some comics in my background as well. I was doing that, and I was like kind of guesting on this local comic book show. And I was like, you know what? I want to do my own thing. I want to be in control of it. And then my real passion was MMA. So I started that up just to be able to keep in touch with the fighters at my gym, really.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, I've got UFC fighters saying that they want to come on the podcast and that they would love to come on. And I'm like, I'm like a nobody, right? Like, this is nothing. And they're like, no, I'm going to come on because they want to do things like what I've come to realize in 4 years is that fighters are real people. They're just like people like you and I. They just want to have fun. They just want to be able to, pursue their dreams and talk nonsense and whatever. The last guest I had was pretty much mostly talking about my Street Fighter machine in the background that I've got. And he challenged me to Street Fighter, and I'm going to take him up on that. Wow. So then I started doing it. Fighters start coming on. Next thing I know, I'm now 207 weeks in a row. Never missed a week. Guests from around the world of combat sports, from amateurs to pros, from champions. If you know UFC's Dricus du Plessis, right before he became champion, we had him on. Bobby King Green, champions from Bellator, Corey Anderson, Liz Carmouche, ONE FC champions, ONE FC fighters, Denise Zamboanga. Like, we have it all, man. And what I will say is that my podcast tells real stories. You want to know crap about how the PFL tried to push Kelsey DeSantis to lose against Clarissa Shields, to do everything they could to let Clarissa Shields win that fight, you come over here. You want to know about fake medical tests, fake drug tests, where they kind of like shut down fighters from competing, you come to me. We tell the real stories. We tell stories that people don't get out. And I've been really honored and blessed to be able to do this for so long. I'm having a blast. I've wanted to quit for the last 3 years, but I just can't because I keep getting cool guests. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'll keep going. And now I'm very happy to announce that this year in 2025, my new permanent co-host is UFC veteran Brian Bam Bam Barberina. So super stoked about that, man. He was a huge friend of the podcast. And when my last co-host was no longer able to continue, he stepped up. And so now I've got a real UFC fighter as my co-host. So how cool is that?
Your journey in the world of podcasting and streaming, it reminds me of myself. I started this thing back in 2009. So, I mean, it's been a while since we've actually been doing this. And it really started streaming up and ramping up around 2016 is when I started to get really serious about it. And I've had those times where I wanted to quit. I'm like, it's not good. Then I made it to radio. We were able to get, local San Antonio Spurs players. We were able to get just a bunch of people I expected to never talk to. Kind of like, we were like, well, how did I get this person? How did I get this person? And then now, you mentioned, well, your new co-host is a former fighter. My co-host and actually one of my hosts is a former NBA player, and Derek Irvin. So it's kind of crazy how when you're looking in the mirror, you're like, wait a minute, Timmy's exactly like me. This is like the same story that I've been through.
Twinsies.
So, exactly. And that's the thing. That's a good thing to transition to, because you have a lot of people that want to quit. And I've been there. You've been there. Advice to those people out there that you can give that have those moments where like, my podcast isn't going anywhere. I don't get the views. I don't get this. You know what? I've tried reaching out to so many people and they just can't do it. My advice is don't quit. But what advice could you give to guys out there for that?
Well, my advice is life advice, man. you should only be doing stuff to make yourself happy and of course your wife, but do stuff to make yourself happy, man. If you're doing this because you want to become popular or you're doing this because you want to get views, then you're not in it. Like that's not what it's all about, man. It's about having fun every time that you're on that mic, and it's just about growing yourself as a person. It has nothing to do. Sometimes, like, there's some stupid podcast I did that got 30,000 views. I'm like, why did this get 30,000 views and the other one got 400? Like, it's just so random. The world, I made a quote the other day that I really feel is real. The problem with social media is not misinformation, it's its ability to make you miss information.
I saw that.
Okay. Everything that social media does, it just funnels you to these certain sources, right? So when you're starting up a podcast, man, it may not hit, it may not get traction, but as long as you're having fun, then do it. What else are you going to be doing with your time? You know what I mean? Like, if you're having fun, and I'll tell you, doing podcasting grows you as a person. It makes you a much better conversationalist. It makes you a much better listener. It makes you a much better thinker as a whole, because as you prepare for your podcast, you're doing research, you're studying, you're opening your eyes to the world. It just makes you a better person, man. So if you're doing it, just have fun. Just make sure that you're enjoying it. That's the whole point of it.
100%. I appreciate that. You spreading the word out for everybody out there that is into podcasting. That I don't sugarcoat stuff kind of the way you do on your show. We don't sugarcoat it here. It's tough. It's hard. It's a lot of hard work. You've got to get stuff done. The good thing to do is surround yourself with people as well that are going to be able to support you. He is Timmy B. Fight Insight Podcast. You can check out the socials that are going to be scrolling down. Plus, it's in the background with the other great stuff he's got looking up on those shelves that is there.
Yeah.
He's into comic books and streaming all that. Well, I'm going to say right now that knowing that we do comic cons here, we cover that. So maybe I can hit you up and be like, hey, can you jump on a podcast, talk some
dude, of course,
nerd stuff with us when we're at comic cons? Because we love that kind of stuff here. But
yeah, man.
One thing for sure we want to get into, man, is of course combat sports itself. Now I'm going to age myself because when I first was introduced, it was back in UFC, the Ultimate Fighting Championship, and you had one night to prove yourself, and that was the likes of Ken Shamrock and Royce Gracie, Dan Severn. You had a whole bunch of guys back in the day, and I loved it. Royce Gracie was my favorite growing up. And then you started to see, it's a little brutal to see one guy go through 3 or 4 fights in one night to become the Ultimate Fighting Champion. It's grown up to what we've seen now. What has the transition been from those days to current UFC, current combat sports? Because back then it was so kind of limited. It was so no holds barred, to now it has ballooned and exploded into just this, social phenomena.
Yeah, I think, sorry about that. That's my unprofessionalism there at work. Yeah, I will say, I think what's weird is we started out in that time when you had to go to my friend's aunt's house. She had an illegal black box where you would watch the Ultimate Fighting Championship, where Royce Gracie is fighting and Chemo comes out with his, crazy tattoos and whatever. This was back in the old days, dude. I'm an old guy, and and man, you had to you were watching, it was super illegal, right? Like it was like something that it was, you do not talk about it. Then it got into a little bit of a more modern era, but it was struggling to find a ground, right? That's when you had like Tito Ortiz really hitting his stride, Tank Abbott, right? In those days. The story that, if people don't know, the company starts to go broke. They start to go bad. They start to go almost bankrupt, and they're almost done. Then they hit it. They get an investment. They start to get the deals. And now we've come into the era that we all know. The George St. Pierre eras, the Matt Hughes eras, the Iceman Chuck Liddell, right? Then Spike TV does the reality TV show, and then it starts to really pick up, and everything blossoms and blooms, right? And now we're in essentially the golden age, right? Of UFC. Now we've got all these world champions, people that are worldwide known, dude, like incredible. Like wherever you go, these fighters are around, and the general public knows who these people are. Right now, it's become a sport. It's progressed to the point now where it is like really a sport. And what's incredible is the fighters that are competing in it now have been training since they were 6 years old.
Yeah.
the sport has now gained such popularity that people are training for this at the same time I was training in tennis. You know what I mean? Like, so imagine when you were a parent, 20, 40 years ago, you're raising your kid. You're like, oh, what are we going to put little Bobby in? Okay, let's put him in tennis. Let's put him in soccer. Now there's parents that are sitting there who have watched UFC their whole life. Their kid's growing 6 years old and they're going, what should I put him in? I should put him in some jujitsu to choke the hell out of kids. Like that's a pretty good life skill. And so that's where we're at now, man. We're at the age where this is a real thing, that this is a general sport for people. It has so many benefits that everybody knows. And, again, shameless plug, but watching a podcast like mine, you get to meet these people and you go, these aren't just, psycho killers. These are just true, respectful men and women who are doing a sport and trying to earn a living and trying to become the best in the world at whatever that is.
Yeah, you know what? And it's not shameful at all. You plug your podcast as much as you want. This show is about you. It's about everybody that's a guest on here. So you plug whatever you want. We are talking to Timmy B, Fight Inside podcast, going over the evolution of UFC from the illegal black boxes that you had to go, or in my case, going and having a cousin rent the old VHS tape back at Blockbuster because
Dude,
I
what?
find out my mom doing that.
I'm gonna break in for 1 sec. I was just at a Dollarama store, and they had the original Pride DVDs for like $2. I was like,
Wow,
"What is?"
man.
I just passed by. Like, man, that is crazy. That now you can get it at the Dollarama.
Man, it's kind of crazy. I know I'm going to get a lot of comments about VHS. What is a VHS? I'm like, oh God, I can't explain to you kids what a VHS is. That is for damn sure. But you're going from the evolution to what we've got now. Now, the question I've got, because before I get into fighters and just a couple of the fighters that I used to watch, and quick shout out George St. Pierre. I was watching him when he was struggling, losing matches, and all of a sudden he goes from George St. Pierre to GSP. But when you're looking at the product now, my huge thing is the reason why I haven't got back into it as much as I used to was because I don't know if it's not a disrespectful term. It's a good thing, but has it become saturated? Has it become just too much? Because boxing for a while there, I was a huge boxing guy, and then it just became too much in boxing. And I feel like combat sports, MMA, UFC in general, it's just getting too big and too everywhere you look, there's just fight. And you don't know exactly where to look and who to follow, stuff like that. So is it bigger than what it needs to be? I guess is what I'm asking.
That's an interesting take, man. One of the things that's happened during the pandemic is the UFC, because they couldn't run events, in giant stadiums and all that for fear of whatever. They have their UFC Apex, which is in Vegas. It's a small venue that it's kind of limited to, I think it's like 300 fans. And when I say fans, it's like over $1,000 a ticket. And it generally just sells to like the fighters, family, and friends because it's so small. They keep running that now, and they've still continued to use that venue, probably because it's very financially viable for them to just put it in a like a standard housed area. That sucks, man. Nobody likes that venue. Nobody appreciates that, especially now post-pandemic, right? When you could be at a friggin' local high school for all things, right? To get like a better crowd, more exciting. I think maybe what you're noticing is that the crowd sometimes, because like when you're in the Apex, it's a smaller crowd. And so you don't get that big, exciting feel. That's one of the problems I know that real fans have with the UFC. Also, there are quite a few organizations trying to make a go at being the next thing. So you've got ONE FC that's on Amazon Prime. Anytime I'm watching that organization, and I love them because I want people to have a place to fight, and I've interviewed so many people from there. If I'm watching that on TV, my wife tells me to turn it off. She hates it. She feels that production value is really bad. She can notice it immediately and go like, yeah, that's terrible. Get that off the TV. Then you've got the PFL, which just bought Bellator. The PFL product is not very good. A lot of people don't really like that. And then tonight, does this air live? Like, are people going to see this today?
Oh,
like,
yeah, it'll be
you mentioned the date. So
Yeah,
tonight at 8 p.m., there's an organization called the Global Fight League. It's kicking off, and they're doing a live draft. They've apparently signed 450 fighters, and they're going to draft 120 of them tonight.
Wow.
Is this thing going to be a total bomb, Rudy? I mean, it's a 50-50 coin flip, and I think the coin might be rigged that they're both failures. Like it is really weird. I'm gonna be live streaming a watch party with another professional fighter, and we're gonna be doing a watch party to watch this draft on Millions.
Yeah.
Dude, I have no idea what to expect.
It's
the problem is I hear what you're saying. Like it needs to have like a massive feel, like back in the days of Tyson, where like every Tyson fight was crazy.
Yeah.
But the thing is like not every week can be the Super Bowl or the Stanley Cup. Some weeks it's just a regular season game. You know what I mean? So it's like watching your favorite local sports team. If you watch every game every week, multiple times a week, do you get a little bit bored of it? Probably the non-hardcore fan. Yeah, they'll be like, okay, well, this is just another one, right? And especially if the card doesn't have like one of your favorite fighters or someone that's really bringing a lot of draw, it can be a little bit light. But that's what separates the hardcore from the casuals, Rudy.
I'm hearing,
and that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, and that is okay, and that kind of draws me to where the part I was going to go with on this is that we're talking about, okay, not everybody can be the main card. Not everybody can be UFC and massive pay-per-views and all this great stuff. So at what point does PFL, do these other leagues who are, like we mentioned, not so great yet, they could be in the future, they could be big, but at what point do you start going into look at the wrestling world? You've got WWE, then you've got the indies, you got MLB, you've got the major leagues and you got the minor leagues. At what point does everybody come together and say, look, this is going to be our development side, and then these are the companies you want to try to reach eventually? Because if you're trying to sell me, and I'm not picking on PFL, but if you're trying to sell me PFL and you're putting all these guys on here, for someone like me, I'm like, I don't really know a lot of these people, so why am I going to watch something like this? And I guess where it also goes is the development part. Could these be development situations where you've got, older fighters retiring, these young fighters coming up, and they're going to get more of a spotlight?
Yeah. I think the thing is like the organizations like ONE FC, like PFL, they keep wanting to become number one.
Yeah.
If you talk to the owner of ONE FC over in Asia, Shatri Sitchadong, he says he's number one. He goes, look at my numbers, I'm number one. We're like, dude, we all know you're not number one. It's hard, man. Like everybody, like your podcast, my podcast, someone's business, their bakery, their, whatever. Everybody wants to be the best. So you're trying to do that. If you're not the best, I guess the problem is, how are people going to watch me? Like you're saying, right? Like, why would I watch? I think the biggest thing that fighters need to do, and so I've been very, very blessed and honored. I'm now a part of the Fight League Atlantic team, and that's an organization out on East Coast Canada. That's one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Canadian promotion. Okay, and I'm a commentator for them now, and I've been doing that since September of 2023. So honored and happy to be there, dude. The first time I went out there, they are in massive arenas. The Moncton Coliseum is where we're going to be on February 1st. Go check them out, fightleagueatlantic.com.
Definitely.
The Moncton Coliseum. When I was a kid, that's where Hulk Hogan used to wrestle when he came to Canada, right? So I'm like, holy cow, this is a big arena. You go there, the production value is top notch. And the fights, from amateur kids to pros, these guys are amazing. I think what needs to happen is that the more that the UFC becomes popular, people need to look at things that are in their local areas and go out and support. These kids are like bouncers at a club and then fighting every few months, like for your pleasure. And the quality is insane. I think what needs to happen is that people who are fans of mixed martial arts as a whole need to start supporting the grassroots organizations. Start supporting grassroots fighters, buy their t-shirts, buy their whatever, right? Like help these kids.
Yeah.
And if you do that, as they go to the other organizations, you'll follow them. And then you'll start to watch those other organizations, and then maybe you'll fall in love. Maybe you won't, but at least I'm still going to follow that kid that I've been watching, or that little girl that I've been watching now grow up and fight. And I think that's how you do it. I think fans need to start looking at what's local. Can I go to an event near me? Can I go and support someone close to me? There's organizations all over the place, man.
Oh yeah.
And even if you're in Canada, like I am, the 51st state, you can fly to East Coast Canada, man, for like 200 Canadian dollars. That's like $5 American. You can fly to the event, get a hotel, watch that event. Dude, it is amazing. Sometimes I'm walking around the arena before the show starts, and I'll see some people, like older people, and I'm thinking like, oh, there's someone's grandma or parent. So I'll walk over and I'll say, hey, how's it going? Who are you here to watch? And amazingly, they will go, oh, I don't know anyone. I just came for the good time. And it is so cool to see that. Like, people that are just out there to support the sport, they're not there because it's their nephew or their son or their grandkid. They're there because they just want to watch a good sport. The more we get people like that, the better this sport is going to be, and the better those organizations will kind of develop and maybe gather some fans as well. Every organization has something to offer that's a little bit different, so you just got to find it.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because you mentioned the draft part, and I started thinking a little bit more right now. Like, I don't see how that'll work at all. I'm not going to be negative about it. You got to try it. You got to try something.
Yeah.
So I don't see how that'll work, but best wishes for them on that.
You know what? It's the other thing I'll say is it's the fighters need to continually pump out their social media.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, and I hate it too. And I wish I had someone to just do my social media. But if you're a fighter, the way that you are going to get popular, the way that you are going to get people to follow you, to get people in the seats and coming to your events and buying tickets with your name on it, is by going on social media. Go on podcasts. Come over to this podcast. Come to my podcast.
Absolutely.
Put yourself out there. Keep getting media clips. Keep getting things that you can post out. Repurpose clips. Do all that, right? That's the only way. Like, you got to do that. And there are fighters who are very good at it, and there are fighters that are not very good at it. And I get it. Not everybody's personality is the greatest, or like is like shocking. But you do what you do. There's one guy that's fighting on the Fight League Atlantic card. They just posted a promo for him, and he goes, "My name is Rory Gillis, and I'll be fighting February 1st at FLA 18." And then he goes, "I don't talk crap. That's my promo." And I know the dude, and I'm like, yeah, that's totally him. But that was freaking hilarious, and it's funny, and it's good, and it's like, yeah, so you don't have to become someone that you're not. Just be who you are, but just put stuff out. That's all.
Yeah. You have to. It's self-promotion, especially these days. I mean, social media, as bad as it can be a huge blessing if you're trying to promote yourself. It takes a simple TikTok video and bam, everybody gets to know you. So definitely talking to Timmy B of Fight Insight podcast. Mentioned that he's a commentator, and it's time to have a little bit of fun towards the end of the show here, Timmy. So have you, as commentator, had and everyone's seen the meme and everything like that, the Joe Rogan, and pushback moment. As a commentator, have you had that special moment yet where you jump out of the seat, you're high-fiving everybody and screaming, and it's like, holy cow, what did I just see?
So I've had it twice.
Okay.
Well, no. First thing I'll say is, one time last year, I had the opportunity, the regular co-commentator with myself, who's a UFC veteran, Chris, the Greek Assassin Kalidas. He's an East Coast guy, so he's the main commentator there. He wasn't able to come. Next to me then that night on the desk was John Morgan. He's MMA media royalty. He's the guy that always asks the first question at every UFC event. He commentates for a bunch of organizations. He's a pro. Dude, sitting next to that guy and seeing how animated he was a lesson I will never forget. Everything that was happening, he was reacting, he was standing up, he was making boisterous movements, and like, that's how it comes across on the mic.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there and watching, I'm like, holy crap, man. And I started to imitate him, as the night went on. Like, we would both stand up and stuff. So I really tried to play into that, which is very cool, and I feel that will help me. The one moment that was like a wow moment, which was a sad one, was, did you ever see when Anderson Silva broke his leg, or when Chris Weidman broke his leg?
Yes.
That happened at one of our shows. The fight starts. I'm reading the sponsor read, and the guy's leg snaps. And it was crazy. Like, The guy is fine now. He's actually competing like within I swear to God, like a year, the guy's already back to competing in jiu-jitsu and stuff. He's an animal. But it was crazy. The crowd is shocked and silenced, and the fighters are in the cage, and the ambulance comes. Like, it was just insane. It was crazy moment. And if that kind of answers your question, I mean, that was one of the,
No,
always insane. A fight is a fight, so it's always crazy. But boy, oh boy, that was I'll never forget that.
Oh man, I could not even imagine being a commentator or even just being in the arena when something like that happens. I think the closest I came to watching that was in basketball when Sean Livingston of the Clippers basically broke his leg on a fast break, and I remember looking like, oh God, no, that did not. Oh yeah, that did happen. Oh yeah, no, can't look at it like that at all. So Timmy, got a question. Last question here before we let you go here. Again, Timmy B, Fight Insight Podcast, great podcast. You want to check it out. Look at the background there. It says Fight Insight Podcast, all your combat sports, best in the business. We're just going to say it now, best in the business. We're promoting that as the best in the business. As I hit the rock music in the background for us here, we started something new at Sweep Unplugged. Did it recently. We're continuing it on here. And this is our Sweep Unplugged top 5 for Timmy B here. So I'm going to go for my instances here. We're going to go top 5 fighters of all time for you. This is crazy. So for me, I'm going to say, obviously, I'm a Gracie fan. So Gracie is always going to be number 1 for me. I always go back, the Ken Shamrock for me is where I started. I'm a huge Anderson Silva fan. Love the Spider. Tito Ortiz, the Huntington Beach bad boy, that was a guy for me. And at number 5, I used to feel sorry for George St. Pierre when he was losing early in his career, that the guy grew on me. So GSP is my 5 for me. But putting the spotlight on you, Timmy B, Fight Inside Podcast. Let's see if the world can guess your 5, as you mentioned them here. Who are your top 5 fighters of all time for you?
Dude, this is a question that we need 17 hours of a podcast to debate. Okay, but I will go in no specific order. Okay, I and this is my favorite of all time. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, this is your list. Your
my
favorites.
favorite. Okay, my favorite of all time, man. First off, I'm going to go with GSP, George St. Pierre. I'm a Canadian. He's a Canadian. Not only that, he brought class to sports, right? Brought class to MMA. That guy was a great man, a great ambassador for the sport, multi-division champion, one of the greatest of all time. GSP, that's on my list. A guy that made the UFC, that during that Spike TV era, Chuck the Iceman Liddell, that guy with the mohawk, the tattoos, he had a little bit of a dad bod, but that guy was a killer, and that guy really elevated UFC in a time when we needed him most. That guy was the image of UFC. I'm going to go with him. Third, I'm going to go with Ronda Rousey. Look, she brought women's MMA into the fold. There would be no women's MMA really without her catapulting it to where it did. She's cool as crap, man. She's a badass. She's got everything about her was very cool. She's got to be up there. Next, I'm going to go with Stamp Fairtex. Your whole audience has no clue who I'm talking about, but she's over there in 1FC. She is one of the coolest damn fighters ever, man. Go check out Stamp Fairtex. Go watch her clips. She dances to the cage. She's a Muay Thai specialist who's now in MMA. She's currently the atomweight champion of 1FC. That girl is someone to watch. She's going to be around forever, so check her out. My favorite of all time, Rudy, anybody that watches my podcast knows, it is Bobby King Green of the UFC. Dude, I love that guy. He is one of the most fantastic and exciting fighters. He will kill or be killed every fight. There is never a boring Bobby King Green fight. And I had him on my podcast as a dream guest. I had him a couple years ago. That guy is one of the best of all time. A great man. Man, he speaks so eloquently. He's a great guy. But Bobby King Green, go watch all of his fights, man. Go watch them.
There you go, Timmy B's top 5 here on Sweep Unplugged's top 5. Those are his fighters. Who are your top 5 fighters? Drop them in the comments, and if we read some of them or we get to some of them, you'll get a prize from us here at Sweep Unplugged. So That's amazing, man. You can catch Timmy B Fight Inside podcast. And again, appreciate you joining us here on Sweep Unplugged. There's so much fighting to talk about. I'm pretty sure we can squeeze in another episode at some point or another to talk some more MMA. And I've actually got a really good friend who runs a podcast. I can maybe have him join us too, because he is another massive MMA type of guy. And you do a great job with the podcast you've got in Fight Inside. And again, appreciate you joining us here today for Sweep Unplugged. You've got anything to plug right now? The floor is yours.
Dude, everybody, this is obviously your favorite show. You're here listening. I just want to be your second favorite show. Come on over to Fight Insight Podcast, right? I'm on Instagram at Fight Insight Podcast. Find me on YouTube, on millions.co, on Spotify, anywhere you get podcasts, that's where I'll be. So get me there. You can also find an audio-only version at rageworkspodcast.com. Go check me out there. Like I said, I'm going to be commentating next weekend. February 1st, FightLeagueAtlantic.com. Go get your tickets, FightLeagueAtlantic.com. You can get tickets or get the pay-per-view there. It would be amazing if you could come support. I would love that. And hey, if you're not doing anything tonight, Friday night, come watch me streaming a watch party on millions.co. We're going to see what the hell this GFL draft is about. We can all just laugh about it together. It's not going to be serious at all. It's going to be terrible. Come watch it with me, and we'll see what happens. And if it's amazing, hey, all the better.
Yeah, there you go. Timmy B Fight Inside podcast. And before we go, a quick GSP drop here. He loves comics. I love comics. GSP was in a Captain America movie. So for those of y'all that don't know, go check it out. He's very versatile, as you can tell, as is Timmy B, commentator and also host of Fight Inside podcast. Appreciate you joining us, Timmy. And for all you guys out there, hit YouTube, search Sweep the League TV, hit that subscribe button. You get more content like this, as well as every show that we have on the Sweep the League network. I'm sure you'll be seeing Timmy B again, as well as everybody else we've had on Sweep Unplugged. So for Timmy B, it is Rudy Campos Jr. Until we sweep the league again. We'll see you later, knuckleheads.
Hi, I'm Dr. Marianne Pinkston, and I have the podcast, The Better Life with Dr. Pinkston. You can catch me every Saturday as I air a new show. You can follow me on drpbetterlife.com for all of the links and information.
Are you looking for a contracting company that gets the job done right the first time? Look no further than MCS General Contracting. MCS specializes in top quality concrete work, including patios, driveways, foundations, and swimming pools. The team of experts are dedicated to delivering exceptional results and unparalleled customer satisfaction. At MCS General Contracting, they're not just hardworking, they're local. Based in San Antonio, they are committed to building relationships and trust within the community. That's why MCS guarantees your satisfaction. They pride themselves on getting the job done right the first time, every time. So why wait? Contract MCS General Contracting today to schedule your project and experience the difference for yourself. MCS General Contracting. Building a better San Antonio, one project at a time. Proud sponsors of Sweep the League.
Some are born with silver spoons in their mouth. I was born without a house in the access of south in your mouth. Might get fixed and say some slick shit, but please know we known for fights and clips and shit we slick with. In story time I sound like Slick Rick, but the animals get mad at you, emotions turn tangible, and then I hope your cash can move, or fully automatic getting emptied out and taking half of you. Don't hold your nose.
Exclusive interviews with Rudy and the crew. Let's go.
You are watching Sweep the League TV. Make sure you subscribe and catch our new videos.
Sweep the League TV with Rudy Derrick and Coach Kia. Let's get back to the live show. You are watching the best in the business.
What's up, everybody? He is Elias, otherwise known as Sith. I am Jacob Cancino. Welcome to another episode of Grading the Market, part of Sweep the League TV network. What's up, man? How's everything going?
Man, everything's going good, brother. Thanks for having me on today. Man,
Yeah.
I haven't, it feels good to be back on the Sweep the League network, bro.
Yeah, this isn't your first time. I was thinking about that the other day. Yeah, so for those of y'all who don't know, Elias is going to be filling in for Anthony. Anthony's really busy with work lately, so I reached out to Elias and I was like, "Hey, man, can you do me this favor and then and help us out?" And here he is. Appreciate it again, brother.
You you didn't have to ask me twice, bro. The second that text popped up, I'm like, Jacob, I'm on your side, bro. We're tag teaming this. Shout out Rudy and the rest of the crew of Sweep the League too.
Absolutely. Shout out to Rudy and everybody else. Yeah, man. So over here at Grading the Market, we usually talk about the hobby, bro. And every once in a while, we'll dive into a little bit of sports because the two go hand in hand. But yeah, there's really not too much going on in the hobby right now. But so yeah, we'll dabble a little bit of sports. But man, before we get started, you collect, don't you?
Yeah, man, like I said, I started up a collection not so long ago. I maybe have $60 invested, right? I'm not really lucky with these pools, so I got tired. Yeah, I'm like, if I want a card, I'm just gonna hop on eBay. And I got the blessing from you. You said go on ahead if this isn't gonna be your full-time thing. As y'all could see, I'm recording from a car shop, so I don't have my binder or anything on me. But what I do have is probably my personal favorite in my whole collection. Is my John Cena card. Check that out. Check that out.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, John Cena.
I'm a big wrestling fanatic, as y'all know. I was formerly on STL 316 and Down for the Count, bringing y'all all those wrestling takes.
Yeah, and actually, we're gonna go ahead and dive into the wrestling world a little later and see what else is going on. Hey, man, just since we're staying on that, who else do you PC? Is there anybody else you personal collect?
I like to, just a bunch of Wemby cards.
Yeah.
Started going after the Wembys. I have the David Robinson Wemby collab card, the 545, and I believe the Rookie of the Year. But like I said, I got tired of trying to get, win the draw, so I just got on eBay and I'm like, here's my card, and y'all send me yours card. It's an even trade.
Yeah, and we've touched on that on Grading the Market before, man. We know that excitement of ripping a pack, and it's you got to get your fix every once in a while, and it's okay to do it, but then again, you really don't get what you want. It's so much easier just to go on eBay, spend like $15, and you can get an auto and stuff like that. I actually got Chris into that. Every once in a while, I still when I think he personally collects Astros and soccer. And every once in a while, when I'll see like a soccer card for sale or an Astros card for sale or whatever, I'll send him the link and stuff like that. He gets all mad.
Yeah, you hooked me up with a couple of wrestling links too. I almost forgot Pentagon Jr.'s debut on Raw. You shot me that link over. It was an instant add to cart, brother. So I appreciate you for that too.
Yeah,
I also got my hands on some Shawn Michaels cards. Shout out to San Antonio. 2-0, the best city in Texas, in my opinion. Granted, I'm not from there. I'm down by the border, but yeah, that's a story for another day, bro.
That's cool. That's cool. You don't do any Barbie dolls or anything like that?
Barbie dolls, no, but I might have to pick up that LeBron dolls. I have some, since we're talking about a collection, I have some Dragon Ball Z figures, and being that LeBron dropped his Barbie dolls, I might have to make him face off against Goku. Let's see who's the real GOAT.
Yeah, it's funny. So anyway, this is what we're referring to. What did they call him? A Barbie Kenbassador. So LeBron James has his own Barbie doll out now. Actually, I don't even think it's out yet. I don't think it's out. I don't think it's dropped yet. But the crazy thing is that if you jump on eBay, those things, they're moving, man. I don't know if people are like pre-selling them or what, but yeah, they're going, bro.
What are your thoughts? What are your honest thoughts on it, though? I mean, I think it's cool personally. I mean, there's I don't know how to explain it, you know. I don't know how I feel about LeBron having a doll, but it'd be very hypocritical of me being that I have action figures of actors, you know, like Mr. Miyagi and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Um, I do have some basketball figurines, so I guess this isn't too far off. It's just weird that it's LeBron out of the uniform. You know, we don't know if we'll be able to dress him up in his Lakers or Cavs, maybe Heat jersey, but he
You know
has
what
the
it is?
wardrobe.
It's because it's a Barbie too. So actually, you know how people like accessorize with their Barbies or
Yeah.
whatever the girl. I don't know. So does that mean that he's gonna have like a whole, like, are they gonna drop clothes like later on to go with him and stuff like that, or is that gonna be just like a one-time thing? I don't know,
Man,
man.
if they do, he has a plenty of jerseys to choose from, you know. He's been around the league and back.
That's silly. Hey, oh, looks like we lost Elias. Hey, real quick, speaking of LeBron James, it looks like what doesn't look like the Lakers are back in Denver or back in Dallas tonight. So that means Luka Doncic is going to be making his visit. Uh, yeah, it's going to be. I have a friend out there in Dallas. His name is Carlos. Looks like we got Elias back. I was just telling him about telling everybody about the Lakers playing Dallas tonight. So I was like letting everybody know. I actually have a friend out there in Dallas, and he's a big Mavs fan. And I texted him earlier today, and I was like, "Hey man, what do you think about tonight?" And he did text back, and he's a big time Mavs fan. You know what I mean? Like a huge Mavs fan. So uh, I texted him and I was like, "What do you think about tonight?" And he was like, "Man," he goes, "It's gonna be emotional tonight." And I was just like, "Wow," you know what I mean? Like, hey man,
Man, I like the setup they have for Luca though. Like those shirts were pretty dope. Having the thank you in his native language is pretty cool, but that could only get you so far being how dirty they did my boy.
yeah, they certainly did. Dude, do you think the general manager is gonna be in the building tonight?
I don't think so.
I
He's
don't
probably
think so.
gonna he's if he is, he's gonna be in high suite surrounded by who God knows how much security guards, bro.
An
So
army.
an army, you know, it's gonna look
Yeah.
like Chancellor Palpatine and his red bodyguard surrounding him or something, you know. There's
I-
there's no way that he gets to Luca tonight or Luca gets to him.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be. I got to. You know what? That brings up a question. Are you actually gonna? What? Because the Spurs play tonight too, don't they?
Now my season ended when Wemby came out, so you tell me.
Mine kind of did too, or whatever. This and that. I think
No,
the Spurs
I believe there's a Golden State game
Golden
tonight.
State, yeah. So it's going to be. I don't know. I don't think they overlap since they're playing in Golden State. So it's normally a late game. But if they were coming on the same time, I'm not watching the Spurs Golden State, bro. You know what I mean?
No
I,
chance. The
no.
storytelling, the drama, it's in tonight's game with Mavs and Lakers.
Yeah,
Hopefully Luca doesn't get booted like he did last game, but who
yeah.
knows?
And then
He's a very emotional dude.
yeah. Hey man, we're just kicking back here. That is Elias. I'm Jacob Eric. Make sure you give me a follow at Jacob Eric C. Elias, what's your handle?
Y'all give me a follow at Sith the Heel on X. That's Sith the Heel at X, all put together.
Once again, you're going to be seeing Elias and myself, man. We're going to be driving the bus here at Sweep the League for, I don't know, for a couple of days and stuff like that. I think Rudy's going to be busy. So either we'll come at y'all and we'll hang out here at Grading the Market, or maybe we jump on sweeps. That remains to be seen. All right. And right now, we're just going to go for a little bit. We're going to go for about 30 minutes or so, just hang out. I know Elias has some things he's got to do with the family. I also have some things I got to do, but we wanted to just do an introduction, say, hey, man, this is going to be us going forward for the immediate future. You know, so man, before this, we were talking about the Spurs, bro. And you know what? Popovich has been in the news these past couple of days. You know what? It's funny because every once in a while, like the Popovich stuff, like goes away, and then something happens and it flares it back up, and then something, it goes away, and then I don't know, somebody will ask something, and it flares up again, And did you see what happened the other day that flared everything up again?
Oh man, you're talking about the firing of the Denver Nuggets coach. Yeah, as soon as the news went out, the whole timeline blew up. Pop
Oh,
needs to go. Pop needs to go. We need a new coach. Sign him ASAP. And you know what, Jacob? I'll put myself on the hot seat. I was one of them. I said, Coach Pop, I love you, and for the love of the team, please retire and let us move on, man. Because whether he comes back or not, this is his 6 consecutive losing seasons, and he does share some blame. It sucks what happened to him health wise, but there's no excusing the direction this team has gone, in my opinion.
no, definitely. Yeah, I'm definitely in the same boat with you. And I'm one of those ones where I believe that he should have walked away a couple of years ago. You know, and I was thinking about it earlier today too, when it kind of it sucks seeing him. I'm not talking about medical wise. I'm talking about like
Yeah, no.
straight on the court and stuff like that. It sucks seeing him go out like this. You know what I mean? It's like this isn't the way I want to remember him. And I don't think this is the way any of us want to remember him. Like 6 losing seasons, we want to remember him like winning chips. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And a lot of people have that debate going on right now. Does 6 losing seasons outweigh 5 championships? To me, that's crazy talk. I still give Coach Pop credit where credit's due, but it's time to move on, man. Um, like I said, I have nothing but love for Coach Pop, but his schemes just haven't been working, and he doesn't necessarily have to be on the sidelines because Coach Mitch is following his playbook. And you know, yeah, we have 8, 9 more wins than last season, but it's still not enough to get us into the playoffs. So that's just not going to work out, bro. It's a failing. Um, just everything, the setup, the playbooks, the rotations, just coaching all around, and it all starts from Coach Pop
Yeah.
onward.
Yeah, I think that if when you watch, well, when we were watching Spurs games, you know what I mean, just to check out and see what's going on, you know, there were some calls or moves that would be made, and you kind of just felt like Pop. You know what I mean? And
Exactly.
it kind of like made you think like, okay, is he calling the shots from wherever he's at? You know what I mean? And like, does he have?
Yeah,
Is he
the
like
the
texting
scheming and
Mitch?
whatnot, for
Yeah.
sure.
You know what I mean? Like it seemed like he was definitely involved. But no, man, yeah, I'm also one of those ones where I think he should go. I'm on the fence actually. I really don't. If you ask me, I don't think that he's gonna come back. You know what I mean? And I'm
Yeah,
just like,
no.
and the only reason why I say that is because, well, probably why I say that is because I shared it with y'all, all of y'all, on X the other day that my father passed away after suffering from a stroke. I was actually, it's happened years ago, so I can actually laugh and joke about it. Where there people would say like, "Oh, when you have a stroke, you're not really the same after that." And I jumped on and I was like, "Yeah, my dad died from a stroke, so I guess you could say he was never the same after that either." You know what I mean? Like, it's true. But no, man, you know what I mean? It's a serious thing. Even if it's minor, I had a family member who had a minor stroke, and you could tell that they're not the same. So you have to think, man. Okay, like even if he does come back, is he always going to be 100?
Yeah, and I don't think that's the case. I think right now at probably his peak health, he'd probably be 70% tops, and that's him on a good day. The way I see it, they should maybe, if he decides to retire, right, just give him one last game to call, whether it's the last game of this season, which I doubt it. It's wishful thinking, or the first game of next season, and then move on from there. That'd be the ideal situation in my part. Just let Coach Pop walk off into the sunlight with his team, with him on the sidelines at least once.
Yeah. What's going to be also weird if he does decide to come back. You know, at the beginning of the season, let's say he just comes back and he starts at the beginning of the season, and as fans, we tune in to the game and we start watching. We're going to be watching Pop like a hawk, bro,
Yeah.
because his job is to move up and down the sidelines. And we're gonna. I know would be like in my back of my mind, like, hey, can somebody tell Pop to sit down? Hey,
Yeah,
somebody
exactly.
give Pop some water. Can somebody call a timeout and check on Pop? You know what I mean? And I'm pretty sure that it's not even just going to be us as fans, but maybe like assistant coaches, like just watching him, like,
Yeah,
hey,
it's
Pop,
gonna be an uncomfortable situation, if he does decide to come back. Like you said, his health is should be priority. And those on the sidelines, it's gonna be it's ugly to say it's gonna be a distraction if he is out there. Like we're gonna be watching every move, like you said. Um, we're not gonna be able to get angry pop back without some consequences. His I don't think he could afford his blood pressure to go up that high
yeah,
anymore. Anything could re-trigger a stroke, or even the side effects of a stroke aren't exactly they don't go away, man. Like I've had family members as well who've had strokes and were left nonverbal or
hmm
paralyzed from a certain side. Maybe he's not to that extent, but they say once you have a stroke, they come more frequently. So I don't know, man. I think it's time to move on, let him retire, and live the rest of his life happy. If he wants to attend a game, he could attend a game. Hell, the big three do that nowadays, bro.
hang out in the front office. You know what I mean? You could keep your locker. You
Yeah.
still have the key at the training facility. You know what I mean? Like,
Like I said, the big three do it. Why not let Coach Pop do it?
exactly. Hey, man, did you partake in any Final Four activities this past weekend?
So I caught the last. I drove up to San Antonio to go hang with the USOA guys.
Oh yeah.
We caught the Gators game, and man, it was wonderful, dude. I
Yep.
had some of the boys going against me. I'm like, I need Florida to win only because I joined their bracket, right? I'd never filled one out before, and I ended up third. They're like, "Oh, how'd you know those teams were gonna win?" I didn't. I guessed. I got lucky, just like I did in fantasy football. Thankful to you, I got second place, but we'll
Yep.
talk about that another day.
Right.
So, yeah, it was pretty good, bro. But the traffic was horrible that weekend, man.
It sure
I
was.
told my wife, I'm like, we're just going in and out after this game. We're heading back home. I was very disappointed in Duke though. I had
Mm.
them, I had them beating Houston, and then just to watch Houston blow the game the way they did was I had secondhand embarrassment. Did you catch that final play?
I did, man.
What did you think?
That was. I'm pretty sure it looked weird. It didn't look. I was like, I kind of was like scratching my head, going like, "Is this what y'all drew up?"
Literally
like,
what I thought.
right, like it just looked like there was way too many moving parts on that play. You know what I mean? When you go back and you play, you can see like, okay, I guess I can see what y'all are trying to do. But I was like, man, like that's a lot, and especially with so little bit of time, I was like, wow.
Man, they killed off about what was it, 9 seconds or so, and then everyone headed to the top of the arc. Literally, like spread the floor a bit, guys. Y'all could take the shot from there. It almost felt like that Fresh Prince of Bel Air episode where Carlton and Will started fighting for the ball.
He
You know what I
choked.
mean? He just chucked it. Except these guys didn't even get a chance to do that, bro. They just blew it in front of everyone. Would have been the
Didn't
first championship, and look what happened.
didn't even
Embarrassing.
didn't even get to do that. Did you get to go downtown by any chance?
Oh no, man! Once I saw how bad traffic was, like I said, I didn't get past Ingram Park Mall, bro. Just I just dipped in the entrance and I turned right back.
Yeah, I drove like around a little bit. I kind of more like stayed on the outskirts, I guess you could say, of like downtown. I was able to see like everybody, the tourists walking around and stuff like that, man. And I will say, it looks like everybody was having fun, and hats off to the city of San Antonio and everybody for rolling out that red carpet, for the NCAA to come by.
And for being
Um,
well behaved, man, for
yeah,
once.
that too. Yeah, we didn't hear nothing bad. Um, you know what I mean? And downtown, off of the freeway, it just looked phenomenal, dude. Like with the stage that they had and that big Ferris wheel and stuff like that. Seeing everything decorated like NCAA Final Four, man, it was awesome, dude.
Yeah, I hope after seeing this and the positive tweets, positive reactions from not only locals but visitors and celebrities alike, that the NCAA decides to come back to San Antonio sooner rather than later.
Yeah,
I
that's been brought
I
up.
believe the women's NCAA championship is going to be held here on 2029, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they're gonna be
So
coming by.
So hopefully we keep leaving a good impression.